involved in the U.S. elections. President Trump again denies pressuring the Ukrainian leader during the call when he asked for an investigation related to Joe Biden and his son's business dealings in Ukraine. The president criticizing Democrats for a ramped-up impeachment inquiry.
They've been taken over by a radical group of people, and Nancy Pelosi, as far as I'm concerned, unfortunately, she's no longer the Speaker of the House.
Democrats say the rough transcript of the call released today is evidence of the president seeking political gain from a foreign leader.
Like any mafia boss, the president didn't need to say, "That's a nice country you have. It'd be a shame if something happened to it," because that was clear from the conversation.
House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff wants the whistleblower to testify. Meantime, the White House is rejecting a Washington Post report that the acting director of national intelligence, Joseph McGuire, threatened to resign if he couldn't speak freely to Congress. He is scheduled to testify tomorrow in an open hearing. McGuire just out with a statement of his own, saying at no time has he considered resigning since assuming the post in mid-August. President Trump, meantime, holds a news conference at this hour. Wall Street has been rallying all day, and the Dow finishes up 163 points at the closing bell, still just shy of getting back to 27K. America is listening to Fox News.
IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Why am I running? Because IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Whoa! We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. But move it, Gray Van! IHOP has crispy chicken!
Run in to try IHOP's new buttermilk crispy chicken strips and pancakes for just $6.99. For a limited time, price and participating restaurants may vary.
Half a day. Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. I'm Jade Uggan of Umatic, and this is where I start my day. Listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Protehi itanonmo. Protect your land. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
California files another lawsuit, this time challenging the rollback of the Endangered Species Act. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal is live in L.A.
And California Attorney General Javier Becerra says 17 other attorneys general have joined his lawsuit against the Trump administration over changes to the Endangered Species Act.
The administration's rules throw science and data out the window by injecting economic considerations into what should be a science-driven decision.
The rollbacks eliminate protections for threatened species and restrict how agencies listing threatened or endangered species communicate with each other. The Interior Department says the new rules modernize the act and are meant to increase transparency and effectiveness. Lisa.
Thanks, Jessica. The president of Iran takes his turn at the UN General Assembly, taking aim at the U.S.
Iran's president was defiant at the United Nations today, saying his country will not negotiate under the pressure of sanctions. Quote, "We once negotiated under sanctions," Hassan Rouhani told the General Assembly. "We will not do so again." He said Iran has resisted, quote, "merciless economic terrorism," and warned outsiders, particularly the U.S., against interfering in regional affairs. This as U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo announced new sanctions against some Chinese companies that knowingly transfer Iranian oil. Amy Kellogg, Fox News.
During one of his sideline meetings at the UN today, President Trump signing an enhanced trade agreement with Japan.
This is a huge victory for America's farmers, ranchers, and growers, and that's very important to me.
Also using the occasion to talk optimistically again about the possibility of resolving the trade dispute with China. Recapping the rally on Wall Street, the Dow up 163 at the bell, the NASDAQ and the S&P also higher, but the Dow still under 27K. Lisa Brady, this is Fox News.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his Smile Team. Suite 119 in the East-West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his Smile Team.
They make smiles happen.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with a true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine. A bistro look that feels like home. Their menu features local and traditional flavors with a twist. From their famous Calaguan Hapa to fresh ahi poke salad and their award-winning barbecue ribs. Mescla takes your favorite local dishes and serves them with extra flair that you'll only find at Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Stop by their newest location in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon. For reservations, call 969-2652. Mescla, a true taste of Guam.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 6 a.m. this Thursday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Department of Corrections Deputy Director Joey Terlahi has resigned in the wake of Jonia Mayor Jesse Mendiola's indictment on extortion and bribery charges. Terlahi resigned after his name was mentioned during Mayor Blas's initial appearance in district court Tuesday. Mayor Blas has been indicted on allegations that he extorted bribes from drug dealers in order to allow them to use some of the cluster mailboxes under his control in front of the Jonia Mayor's office. Blas has pleaded not guilty to that and other charges. An FBI agent who testified during the Tuesday hearing said a female detainee told investigators that there were several groups involved in alleged dealings with Mayor Blas, including Terlahi and certain marshals at the Superior Court of Guam. Court spokesman Sean Gumatautal told the Guam Daily Post yesterday that the judiciary has no knowledge of any facts that would support the allegations alluded to in Tuesday's court hearing. Terlahi has not been charged in the case, and he has not responded to requests for comment. Governor Lulian Guerrero yesterday issued a statement saying that she accepted Terlahi's resignation. She said our law enforcement agencies must be free of anything that may distract from their mission. Governor appointed Guam Police Captain Joe Carbolito to temporarily serve as acting director at DOC while Director Samantha Brennan is off island. DOC Warden Alan Borja told the Post yesterday that he was surprised at the change of leadership, saying, "We thought the selection would be in-house, but we respect the decision of the governor." Joey Terlahi is the son of Senator Jose Pito Terlahi, who issued a statement yesterday saying he has no knowledge of any investigation into his son. We'll let the judicial process work its course, he said. Senator Pito Terlahi was previously the mayor of Jonia, and Mayor Blas was his administrative assistant. In related news, the federal indictment against Mayor Blas seeks the forfeiture of certain assets that may have been purchased with drug money. The indictment against Mayor Blas accuses him of extorting thousands of dollars from drug dealers in exchange for allowing them to use the mailboxes in front of his office. However, in the financial disclosures that Mayor Blas filed with the Guam Election Commission for 2017 and 2018, the mayor reported having a zero balance in his savings account and no cash on hand, despite his $75,000 mayoral salary. When he ran for mayor in 2016, Blas reported having just $30 in savings. The only other item in his financial disclosure is a 2005 Nissan Frontier valued at $2,500. We'll have more news after this.
Coast 360 introduces our new youth banking program. Give your kids and teens a head start with Kids 360 and Teen 360, a program designed to help your child develop smart financial habits and learn about money. Introduce them to banking and get them on a path towards a thriving financial future. Plus, new youth members get a special lunch tote just in time for back to school, while supplies last. Learn more at coast360fcu.com or visit your favorite member center. Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive. Terms and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Chili's Grill and Bar is now open at the second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza.
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Come and see what the buzz is all about.
Grab your friends and savor their sizzling fajitas, Big Mouth burgers, and fall off the bone smoked ribs while sipping on their world-famous Presidente margaritas. Treat yourself to an elevated experience at Chili's and feel why they're like no place else. Now open on the second floor of Two Sands Plaza. Together, we Chili's.
News time here at The Point is 11 minutes past 6 a.m. In Superior Court yesterday, 18-year-old Sarsan Robert, a student arrested in connection with a riot last week at Tiedzen High, pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. Robert appeared via video conference from the Agana detention facility. Robert is facing charges of criminal mischief as a misdemeanor and consumption of alcohol underage as a petty misdemeanor. He remains in custody on a $1,000 cash bail. He's scheduled to appear back in court on October 3rd. No new dengue cases have been reported since Saturday, according to a release from the government's Joint Information Center yesterday. Test results on 10 people who were recently tested for suspected exposure to the disease came back negative, according to the release. The release states that public health continues to receive reports of possible dengue cases on a near daily basis. Meanwhile, officials continue their efforts to stem the outbreak of the disease, along with the Department of Public Works, the Mayor's Council of Guam, and others. Cleanup efforts continue with the removal of debris to reduce mosquito breeding sites and the gathering of mosquito traps. In all, so far, 10 people only have confirmed cases of dengue, 7 acquired locally, 3 off-island. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control the other day cautioned travelers coming to Guam that with the island's dengue outbreak, they should avoid getting bitten by mosquitoes. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with a look at weather.
It says here mostly cloudy skies with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms there, Kevin. Northeast winds 5 to 15 miles an hour, shifting to the east this afternoon and to the southeast tonight. A lot of moving around here, and you'll see on the satellite why that is. Highs around 86 degrees and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. There's sunset at 6:14 this morning. Tonight, and sunrise this morning was about 10 after 6 o'clock. We expect the same thing is going to be happening tomorrow morning as well. 6:12 in the morning. And jumping over to Michael Knight. That's Duke Sky Talker in the Points Weather Center. We'll take a look at what's happening with the weather radar this morning. Good morning, Mikey.
Hey, morning. Yeah, we got some showers coming in from the northeast. They were a little heavier earlier, dying out now as we go through the diurnal cycle transition. But if you look over to the lower right portion of the radar shot, you'll see there's a whole lot more rain down there, and that is 91W Invest. This disturbance was designated yesterday afternoon, and I posted about it on Facebook at the time. It's going to pass to our south, at least the bulk of the energy will, and just going to bring some extra scattered showers and maybe some thunderstorms to us that we were already predicting would happen anyway. It doesn't look like this thing will track up to the north and give us any really heavy rain, but boy, that just looks impressive already.
Yeah, take a look at the early morning satellite fixes that this thing had. It started to bloom up, but it looks like it might be breaking up a little bit, or maybe just some changes in the way the weather is stacking up through the altitudes.
Well, and that's what happens with these systems in their initial stages. You're going to get a lot of shifting of the center of circulation, as it were, but it looks like it's going to pass about 100 or so miles to our south, and right now we're in the diurnal cycle transition, so you're getting some of those showers and thunderstorms that flared up overnight that are dying out now, but you can see off to the east, in the eastern part of the circulation, the sun is actually shining there now, and it's heating those clouds up, and it looks like they're bubbling up a bit, and it looks like they may loop around and catch us a little bit later during morning drive. We'll keep an eye on radar. That's basically what we can expect, and of course that's the reason for the wind shifting as well. Northeast winds now as the system's to our southeast. Winds will shift to the east because it's a counterclockwise circulation once that system gets due south of us, and then as it pulls away, winds will pull up from the southeast. Calling for some strong winds tomorrow, 15 to 20 miles per hour, because this storm is going to slowly strengthen as it gets out of the way, but when it does, it's going to increase our winds. So tomorrow actually going to be a windy day, along with some rain. Today, just scattered showers, thunderstorms. If any advisories are needed, we'll let you know, and pay attention to the National Weather Service. They'll let you know, too.
Quarter after 6 o'clock in the morning, that's news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 65 years.
balanced lifestyle. Take Care Insurance offers proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage individuals and families to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle through preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing and unwinding, and being socially connected. They have the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs for all ages. Join the movement. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram or visit takecareasia.com to learn more.
I'm sorry. I'm already reading some of the comments on Facebook Live. It's already funny in here. 6:16 in the morning. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by Wendy's, where they're celebrating Bacon Festa. It's bacon. It's meat candy. You can put it in anything. And they've got a cheeseburger there that is aptly called just the Bacon Jalapeno Cheeseburger. You can find that practically anytime over at Wendy's, making all of your Applewood dreams come true. You want to try the bacon double stack, too, in the $5 biggie bag. Get yours at Wendy's Bacon Fest. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by APL. That's American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
That's nice. Just want to say good morning to Jackie Ferreira. Jackie's online now in Vancouver, Washington. Don't know what the weather is like down there. But I got a flash from my friend Sandy out in San Diego. Says it's going to be nice down there in the 70s. How do we get those numbers here? How could we? There's got to be a way. There's just there's got to be a way that we can use climate change. Because everybody's all hysterical about climate change, but there's got to be a way that we can use climate change to our advantage here. Bringing the temperatures down into the 65, 72, 73 range. Doesn't get any hotter than about 80. Doesn't get any warmer. I'm sorry, any hotter than about 80, and doesn't get any cooler than about 65. Right?
Yeah, we would need some significant changes on the ocean currents because that's what happens actually along the California coast. You have the Pacific Coast Current, and it travels from north to south, so it's bringing cooler water down from the north. And as it passes on by, you get that marine layer that settles in maybe about 5 miles inland, keeps things nice and cool. And then once you get past that, man, it's scorching hot.
You know what? You're right. And there are places where you can go from, oh my God, it's freezing cold, to scorching hot just by crossing the bridge. I remember I was in San Francisco for a buddy's wedding a few years ago, and we were in the city and just freezing our heinies off. And then they said, okay, we're going to go to Sausalito, and we're going to go have breakfast and lunch over at Sausalito. So we drove across the bridge, got into Sausalito, took off virtually every stitch of clothing that we had because it was crazy hot once we got down there. Some about California temps and things like that, and up and down that coast. Hey, 6:18 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. But that's all I'm going to be saying about it. No further comment will be given on the nature of the mess that is the Ray Gibson Morning Show here today. I'm taking a cue from the government of Guam, where virtually, and for the first time in the history of the government of Guam, everybody is shut up at once. You talk to anybody in the government of Guam about anything, and the answer is no comment. You know the only thing that they want to talk about in the government of Guam today? Same-sex marriage. That's front page of the Guam Daily Post. There it is. Same-sex couple from Japan marries on Guam, and there was a highly concentrated amount of gayness going on over at the governor's office yesterday, where they had the same-sex marriage, and I guess it looks like Josh Tenorio presided over that. BJ's there, Lassia's there, and I'm going, yep, that's the spot.
I'm kind of trying to wrap my mind around why that even happened, though. I mean, I understand, I'm not.
Because love.
I don't, I know, and I don't even care about all of that aspect of it, but they don't live here, so they're going to go back home, and they're not married when they get home because Japan doesn't recognize it.
But it's easy to get a marriage license here.
Yeah, but it's not legal there.
Well, that's not our problem. Hey, listen, there's not going to be any poo-pooing of same-sex marriages here on Guam. There is a significant opportunity. We'll chase this down this morning with some of the usual suspects on the Ray Gibson Show. But we'll chase this down because this could be the very beginning of a whole other kind of tourism revolution. We really need to think about investing in rainbow tourism here on Guam because the dollars behind it could actually be staggering.
Yeah, so that's cool. But this seems like going to the store store and buying eggs when you actually need a chicken.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, who knows what's going to happen when these guys get back to Japan, how much of that's going to be recognized one way or the other. But again, not my monkey, not my zoo. Don't have to worry about that. 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. Hey, did we played the theme? We did? The theme into the program, we did, right? Okay, all right. Just, I don't hear it in my muscle memory in my head. It's almost gone. It's almost gone. You know what I got? You know what I got yesterday? I got my hands on some gourmet with tried to make with ingredients from generally around here. A chicken noodle soup.
Oh.
I got a friend said, what's going to make you feel better? And it wouldn't take no for an answer. And I said, fine, I want some kaddu that is chicken noodle soup. And before the end of the day, I was deep into chicken noodle soup kaddu. And that was actually bomb. So and I'm gonna use that as the account of my finally getting, feeling better. I woke up this morning and could finally breathe from both nostrils.
There you go.
And for anybody that has been through something like this for the last week and a half, I mean, that's one of those blessed feelings that you've got. You go, wow, that's amazing. Still got a little bit of a cough, and you might hear that when Kevin's doing the news and stuff. But anyway, 621, we'll get around to doing some other stuff. That's Michael Knight. You can reach him at 888-8255-888-TALK. And that'll be cool, and he'll put you all the way through to the radio station. If you've got some really cool pictures, then you can send it to us using the WhatsApp, 988-5874. That's 988-5874. In recognition of our international radio audience, if you're going to be using the WhatsApp for us, use 1-671-988-5874, because otherwise the WhatsApp in your part of the neighborhood is going to think you're trying to make a local call, and it's just not going to work. So from out of town, 1-671-988-5874. Kevin Kerrigan from the Guam Daily Post has got all the big stories here. We got the DOC deputy director out, and there were people waiting for another shoe to drop, and apparently it did. And another one gone, and another one gone, another one bites the dust. Sent a letter off to the governor saying, I quit. Governor said, okay. And I love the reaction from the guys over at the Department of Corrections. I don't know if you saw this. DOC Warden Alan Borha, who's worked for the prison for 34 years, said, we're surprised in the change of leadership. We thought the selection would be in-house, but we respect the decision of the governor. I'm often critical of decisions that get made by certain figures of authority and policymakers around here, but this one, based on everything that we are hearing about what's going on over at the Department of Corrections, they finally got somebody, they finally got an excuse to send somebody from outside the Department of Corrections to go in there, and yeah, we got a hold because Terlai's out, but you better believe that the guy that they sent in there is probably going to be looking at other processes, procedures, and maybe find a couple of holes in the way things work over literally holes in the way things work over at the Department of Corrections, and maybe that could lead to some new and interesting investigations and maybe a little bit more shuffling around. But I've been shuffling around too much. Let me say hello to friends. Let's be welcoming. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. Yeah, James Howard, this is kind of dark and sinister the way he says it. It ain't over yet, boys and girls. All right. Top 10 list this morning. Are you ready for number one? Patty Santiago is number one today. Heather Perez. I see John Regis at number 3. Tom Tahadzi, J.B. Nicholas, and Rico Blancaflor. You know, yesterday I was talking about Rico and how there's some in the media that are already jumping to the conclusion that there could be a Rico case being built by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and it is going to be, as James Howard says this morning, it ain't over yet, boys and girls. There's going to be plenty more shoes that drop. And maybe what we ought to do is catch all these shoes and hang them from one of these utility lines up out in front of the governor's office or over where, I'm just saying, right? Is it here, like I don't know, it's like heads on spears.
Might be sending the wrong message, though.
Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah, shoes hanging on the lines means there's drugs nearby.
Is it? Is that what it means?
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a bunch of shoes up in, I was heading up to Alutam yesterday, and I saw a bunch of shoes tied up on the lines. Looked like, hikers lost their, threw them up there when they were done with the hike because there's no way you can wash all that crap out. Anyways, that's what I'm saying. Where was I? I was RICO blanket. For those of you that are curious, I had to look this up. I've heard the phrase all of my life, RICO, it's a RICO case. If the Fed's looking at the RICO against Michael Knight. Racketeering, influenced, and corruption. That's what the RICO stands for, racketeering. And those of you that are like me and sometimes get another phrase that you don't understand, start Googling up racketeers. Who are racketeers? Who's running the rackets here on Guam? You already got the names floating around in your head, don't you? Now you're just waiting for a guilty verdict. I got Ismael. What's happening with you, my friend? Used to be number 1. You're slowing down, Brown. Mark Mandiola at number 8. 9 is Al Bautista. And we round out the top 10 this morning with Nick Perlowski and his traditional hoik into the studio, 6:26 in the morning. But is that all we got? No. Vancouver, Washington also features Keena McCausland, who sent out a couple of interesting pictures on the WhatsApp. I'll show those to you a little bit later on. Sandra De Leon says, asking, do I have an interview today? I've actually got one lined up a little bit early this morning. Dennis Lennox, who wrote that thought piece that I've been talking about the last couple of days about the return of the Monroe Doctrine in the Pacific, in recognition of an ascendant China and what needs to be done to show literally. And Dennis is not from around here, so he doesn't really have a vested interest in this, but show more respect to the people here and the different island nations and islanders out in what is the American Lake. So, yeah, there's a little bit of that going on a little bit later on today. I see Cousin Teddy at the ranch. Rudy Magallanes is there. Gwen Type McLew. Flo Cruz is hanging out already this morning. Steven Stettenbatz says, check out our photo in today's PDN with Team Guam DOL and the governor of Hawaii. I'd love to be able to do that, but PDN has been, they have made an on-time delivery more than a couple of times all month long this morning. I think they got a new driver out there. Simon Sanchez online this morning. See, Vivian Cunningham is online as well. Let me see, Mayor Relay, Jackie Borja Cabrera, Amanda Shelton. Hey, good morning, Senator. Nice to see you there. Nice to see you. What's going on over in the office here? You were trying to get a town hall with Mike Sinicolas on that Organic Act thing, and he kind of waved you off. I thought that was kind of an interesting story, a lot of interesting commentary based on that particular move as well. Let me see here. Sherry Lynn Diffentorum is online. Ike Kaseki, Gina Kono, Bob Lizama, Andy Tydinko is hanging out there. Juanita Machi. I see Richard Leon. And he's already warpathing, saying, good morning, Champ Calvo. The Guam public wants to know when you will use the legal system to get the Y2K $14 million from the port. There's a little bit more on that. Juanita Machi is online. I see a little bit of Dave Torrey. Good morning to you, buddy. Ismail says, with regard to the no new cases of dengue fever, says, I wouldn't trust the government of Guam. If they say there's no more cases, that means there's cases. If you see your politicians walking around looking pale and smelling kind of funny, that's not the pot. I think it might be the dengue that they've got. Lillian Cruz is there. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. I don't know. Do we call him former governor or should I start calling him H2B czar? Or just czar? You know, it works in my way. Uncle Carl, what's your preference? The balalaikas, they ring out. All right, there it is. I think czar works. Carmelien Guerrero is online. My buddy Kaz Endo is hanging out. Jennifer Poschnitger, James Howard, Darlene Bloss, Mike Limtiaco, former Senator Mike Limtiaco. And I'm trying to, he sent me a thing, and I didn't remember to get it on the air. It's a food thing. And it is apparently, so was it KFC that's doing it? Where they've got what looks like a donut, and then on the inside is like is it a Korean? It might be one of those Korean sweet honey chicken things.
Okay, yeah, wow. That sounds good.
You know what? I'll run back into the archives of my WhatsApp and see if I can find it for you, Mike. I appreciate that. That's his contribution to the program today. Ismail says the Centers for Disease Control send a warning to travelers about Guam that automatically would affect tourism. Therefore, in order to not affect tourism and the money the government of Guam has already counted on, they must play down the CDC. What's the you're old military spook kind of guy. What's the line here? Admit nothing, deny everything, make counter accusations is what I do. We have cases, but it's not an outbreak, even though CDC on their own website uses the actual word outbreak. Mingo Rhea is there. Carl Fukuda Jr. is hanging out. So is Rai St. Nicholas and Sabine Chargaloff, who says, what a relief it is to be able to breathe. Now all you smell is the talkie that is going on. Frankly, I'm surprised some days when it's not there. Jennifer Dula is hanging out, and so is Greg Karabrock, Ron, and Cindy De La Rosa, Richard Leon, and James Lester Lonzo. Say hello to my old high school, North Thurston. James Lester. I see. He's talking to Jackie Cabrera. Say hello to my old high school, North Thurston. Yeah. Peter Santos says what it ought to be is admit nothing, deny everything, demand proof. Either whatever works for you. My preference is make counter accusations. That has long been one of my favorites of the military tactics that I've come to know and love. It's the bottom of the hour. More stuff to talk about. More junk in the table of contents. And Mike, I am going to go and see if I can find that picture because I agree with you. It is a world-class, world-changing event. We'll get around to doing that in a second. Right now, headlines from the Guam Daily Post and Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, Governor Lulian Guerrero has written to Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell asking him to support passage of a continuing resolution that will extend Medicaid reimbursement funding to Guam beyond next Monday. The expiration date is fast approaching, wrote the governor in her letter to McConnell. I look forward to continued dialogue and ensuring the long-term viability of the Medicaid program on our island, she wrote. In June, Congress passed and President Trump signed into law a disaster aid bill which temporarily raised the federal Medicaid assistance percentage subsidy for Guam from 55% to 100% under the Affordable Health Care Act. If the Senate does not pass the continuing resolution this week, the federal Medicaid subsidy reverts back to 55% next Tuesday. That'll force Guam to come up with a 45% match in order to get any Medicaid funding from the federal government. The Medicaid match funding in Guam's 2020 budget, however, falls short of covering that match. Even with passage of the continuing resolution, the federal match would only be extended to 7 weeks until November 21st. It will provide Guam and the other territories with temporary relief, wrote the governor in her letter to McConnell, but she asked for a more permanent solution from Congress. The director of the Department of Administration has declined to comment on the protests filed by 2 local health insurance companies over the government of Guam's $108 million group health insurance contract awarded to Aetna International. DOA Director Edward Byrne, who chairs GovGuam's Health Insurance Negotiating Committee, said these challenges are under review by the department's legal counsel at the Office of the Attorney General. Take Care Insurance filed a protest Friday seeking revocation of the contract. Calvo's Select Care filed a different protest on Monday. Burns said his office has not received any temporary restraining order or any other order halting the procurement process, and open enrollment for the Aetna plans, which began Monday, he said, is continuing as scheduled. The firearm found in a public restroom at the concourse area in Guam's airport terminal Tuesday belongs to a Guam customs officer. According to a release from the customs agency yesterday, the officer was on duty and assigned to the area in which his firearm was found. The officer has since been placed on administrative duties pending completion of an internal investigation. The customs officer was not named in the release. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
I got you. 6:34 in the morning, and that's iConnect time. You know, a lot of people running around with their tax refunds. If you want to be able to stretch that tax refund dollar a little bit further, stop by iConnect and ask them about the promo that they've got. Could get you a month's worth of free use of their service and a free phone, but you got to sign up for a year. Other terms and conditions might apply. Their number is 888-8888.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
So let me just show you before we. Can you stop that and because I want to go to something else before we get into the traffic report here. This is what Mike had sent me a little bit ago, and it is a new product that KFC has got out there, and it is a piece of Kentucky Fried Chicken in between donut parts. Now this is not fake. This is a real Inc. Incorporated magazine news story. And I'll read bits and pieces of it to you in a couple of minutes. But that's what people are talking about all over the place. A stunning new product that they believe is a massive threat to Popeyes and Chick-fil-A and even McDonald's. 6:36 in the morning. More on that in a second. Now, we'll take a look at right now traffic on the point. Doesn't look like there's anything that's working hard to slow you down. We might see a little bit of northbound traffic. Sorry, that's southbound traffic. Marine Corps Drive trying to get out of Jigo, not too far away from the village proper. But once you're past that, once you make your way towards the Woostig area and Wysang Song. Still running a little bit clear. Might be a couple of intersections to slow you down. Don't see anything major at 8, 10, and 16. 10 and 15 looking pretty clear right now. 4 and 10 looking pretty good all the way into the downtown Hagutnya area. Nothing in front of Big Navy. Nothing in front of Navy Hospital and Guam High. Should be a good time to get on the road. 6:37, and that's right now traffic here on The Point.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird. The bird, bird, bird.
Circle K has a 3-pound rotisserie chicken, now available for the introductory price of $9.99. It's the biggest, tastiest, and most affordable rotisserie chicken of its kind on island. Save even more by getting a family meal with 2 sides and a bottle of wine for only $25.99. The Circle K rotisserie chicken. Get yours today. Circle K. Take it easy.
Are you ready for some football? The Ray Gibson Show has got your NFL fix every Friday on Sports with Blake. Get the latest updates as Blake and Mike break down the upcoming action. Get your game on with the boys on the hotline, 888-TALK, or sound off on Facebook Live at thepoint.gu. League members get a chance to win some awesome prizes that get you through the NFL season. The NFL Picks on The Ray Gibson Show is brought to you by Current Guam with special thanks to GTA.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
In the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. I think I found a better picture of what it was that I was talking about. Kentucky Fried Chicken and donuts served hot.
And those aren't cake donuts. Those are glazed donuts, man.
Would you take a look at that? I'm sorry. You know, I've been making a big deal about fried chicken for breakfast virtually since we've launched this show. And there it is. It might come a time where we expand the KFC breakfast menu to include. I don't know why you couldn't have that at lunchtime or dinner time as long as you got some good, high quality chicken coming in there. It's a crazy time that we live in where we've taken, for whatever reason, we've taken all kinds of different kinds of foods and flavors and textures and all, and then jammed them all together just to see what this might end up tasting like. And as it turns out, it must taste pretty good. They've apparently sold out on this in every location they've tested it in. It is sold out in gangbuster numbers. There's more information on the Inc. magazine, so I urge you to take a look at that. Now, I don't know. You know, we've got KFC guys coming in next week, right? I think we've got some KFC guys coming in next week, and we'll see what they've got to say about the possibility of something like that happening here. I mean, to make fried chicken, and you know, it's the deal between frying chicken and frying up a piece of dough to make it look like a donut. Really isn't that far off. I mean, I don't see why they couldn't do it in all the same place. Wonder if it might even be a genesis of the idea of doing a KFC donut. Right? Wouldn't that be something? So you go there for, you know, the breakfast menu and go and get yourself some KFC donuts. Go back in the afternoon for lunch. All right, so where are we? 888-825-5888-TALK is my telephone number. There's a story come out of Washington Times reviving. It's a thought piece, if you will, reviving the Monroe Doctrine in the Indo-Pacific. And it's nice because the author put the punchline in the story right there in the headline. Without it, China will supplant the United States. Now, for most of us growing up on Guam since in the post-war years, there has always been, and it's always felt like there has been a gigantic and massive presence and projection of American power in the Pacific. We've got all the different islands, and everybody speaks English, and they use American money down there. And everybody's got some kind of relationship with them one way or the other. Australia, Japan, Philippines, all the way up and down. But now we've got an ascendant China, and we're hearing more about them flexing their military muscles, flexing their economic muscles out here in this part of the world. And there might be some in Washington who might need to be convinced to pivot, or to try again to pivot their attention to this part of the world and pay more attention to us and give us more by way of, I don't know, respect, maybe a little bit more, I don't know, Dennis, what's the word you'd use? I've got Dennis Lennox on the line, the author of the story. Good morning, Dennis.
Hey, good morning. Half a day, Ray.
Half a day. See, God bless you for remembering it. Dennis and I met a few years ago when he was stumping. I think at the time you and I met, you were stumping for Ted Cruz, and then when his campaign fell apart, you started stumping for Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, that's correct. About 4 years ago, I guess it's been now. It's hard to believe, you know, with everything that's transpired in the last week, let alone the last 3 years of the Trump administration. But that's right. I was out there island hopping for Senator Cruz back during the Republican primaries. And spent a lot of time there on Guam.
Oh, I recall, and it seemed to me that after you and I were in the stump speech mode for, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes, and then the rest of the time, conversations about issues that Guam has with the federal government, the ITC issues, compact migration, and things like that. You know, generally because the feeling that we all get around here is we don't get to talk with quite the same loud voice as states might be able to. Other territories, in fact, that might have things better than we do with the federal government. And you are proposing, maybe because of the way we're all treated through the Department of Interior, that there ought to be some changes made to that.
There are. Look, there's a lot of things that need to be done. Of course, your lead-in, you were absolutely right. The piece in the Washington Times from Monday talked about the need for a revived Monroe Doctrine in the United States, not only with U.S. territories in the Pacific, but also closer to home here, at least closer to home for the lower 48, in Latin America and the Caribbean, because of the Chinese aggression that we're seeing, not just in the Pacific, but what they're doing in the Dominican Republic. And, of course, you know, the Panama Canal, we built it, former U.S. territory, and now it's basically controlled by the Chinese. And you're right, Guam has a lot of unique issues. The other four territories have their own unique issues as well, but what they share is sort of this benign neglect from Washington, D.C., and that's what you get when you fall into the department that basically is best known for national parks and wild horses. And, of course, I'm referring to the Department of Interior. And, of course, many listeners would say they can't even run national parks and wild horses well.
They get the buffaloes on the coins, and I think did an outstanding job with that. But going back to the origins of the Monroe Doctrine, I mean, this is a 160-year-old document, and what is it, 2019? This is a very 200-year-old document that was basically set out to tell the European folks to stay out of our way in the Western Hemisphere, and now I think maybe a repitch of a kind of modified Monroe Doctrine that basically tells the Chinese that they got to stay out of it as well.
Absolutely, because what we're seeing is not only in the U.S. territories, look with everything happening just over there in Saipan and the CNMI with China, but in countries that historically have been aligned. We call them the freely associated states, Palau, the Marshall Islands, the Federation of Micronesia. There's a lot of deep troubling Chinese influence in these places because if you're an independent country, of course, as we're seeing this week, watching the president right now in New York, because of course it's Wednesday here, give his press conference at the end of the United Nations General Assembly week, and all these independent countries, regardless of how big you are, they have a vote at the UN. And so if you're China, that's worth every yuan that you can give them. And of course, we saw last week the Solomon Islands. Of course, some folks in Guam may know where that is, but most people probably can't find the Solomon Islands on the map. They switched their diplomatic recognition of Taiwan, and instead they now recognize China.
Mm-hmm.
And what did they get out of that? $500 million in funding. And that's China's, MO. They're going around to these island countries as well as in Latin America and building airports, building ports, building highways, building schools, hospitals, or they're loaning money at terms, of course, that those recipient countries can never repay.
Right.
And in a sense, they're buying influence, and they're doing it at our expense in the United States.
Well, so the question is, they've been doing this for a while. This is not news. This isn't something that just started in 2019. Why has Washington not been able to see what's going on? And it seems like the only guy that's paid any attention to it in the last year has been Donald Trump, making sure that we've got secretaries and undersecretaries making their way out to Guam and the Asia Hood.
Oh, well, the difference is just amazing since Trump took office. It took the Obama administration 8 years for them to send their Secretary of the Interior and their Assistant Secretary of the Interior for the territories to all 5 territories in the 3 freely associated states. So the 8 jurisdictions, it took 8 years to go there, and it took the Trump administration less than a year. But look, part of it is the war on terror. Rightly or wrongly, after September 11th, 2001, we did what we had to do, but it took our attention away from our own hemisphere, and it allowed countries like China to increase their influence in our own backyard. It's deeply troubling. Everybody knows what's going on in the South China Sea off the coast of the Philippines with these artificial islands, but very few people realize, again, what they did in the Solomon Islands last week, some of the things that are happening on Saipan, some of the things that are happening in Palau, the Dominican Republic, the Panama Canal. It's very troubling, and it's time for Washington to issue a revived Monroe Doctrine, but at the cornerstone of that has to be a re-examining of the fundamental relationship between the territories in Washington. I would argue that the best way that you can cement America's position as a Pacific power and for the remaining part of this 21st century is to grant statehood. I think it's far and above time for a 51st state. Now, I don't think you can have a 51st, a 52nd, a 53rd, a 54th state. I think you can have a state of the Pacific or state of Micronesia, whatever you want to call it, with Guam and the CNMI and Palau and the Marshall Islands and Micronesia. That's the way that you ensure that the Pacific remains free.
Locking us into statehood. You write in the article, I'm speaking with Dennis Lennox, who wrote a story on a thought piece in the Washington Times, reviving the Monroe Doctrine in the Indo-Pacific. And this is the thing that you kind of got my attention, to be sure, in most of the article. The islands should be the bailiwick of a standalone agency at the cabinet level. The natural choice to head such an agency is former 2-term Republican Governor Eddie Calvo of Guam. I don't know what Eddie's up to. His family's opening up a new grocery store near my house. I thought he was going to be a head cashier or something like that. But I don't know. I don't know about running something like a massive agency to keep track of all of the wants and needs of what would be potential state jurisdictions along those lines. How would something like that even get stood up?
Some of it could be created by executive order. Not to get too in the weeds here, but the president certainly has the authority to reorganize the executive branch within the confines of the law. For example, President Herbert Walker Bush, Bush Sr., separated Puerto Rico from the Department of Interior. So Puerto Rico is the only territory that doesn't fall under The Interior Department, they're treated as a state by every other agency and dealt with directly by the White House. You could easily do something like that with respect vis-a-vis to the other territories. As to former Governor Calvo, I think you need somebody from the territories to oversee the territories. It's crazy that there is not a political appointee from any of the territories in the Interior Department. There's in fact actually a lot of Obama holdovers, speaking of the deep state. Now, whether he would do it or not, I don't know, but he brings the gravitas to the position, obviously being a two-term governor, being from the territories, being a business leader. There are other people, of course, both from Guam and from the other territories that would be natural candidates. But again, he has that stature, and of course he has a political influence and clout, having been a early Trump supporter as well, and having done a lot compared to other people to get this president elected. And of course we all know that's sort of how these positions get passed out.
Bottom line is that there are probably going to be a lot more of these people that are lurching towards the federal government of the United States and saying that we want a closer relationship with them. Of course, you know that we're in the midst of and have been for decades now in the midst of a conversation on self-determination here on Guam. It would be interesting if the federal government were to reach out and say, listen, you guys can have a conversation if you want to, but we're ready to give you statehood now.
Well, there's just no question that the second-class status of Guam and the other territories needs to end. What type of message does that send when the United States is going into these other countries and saying, hey, be loyal to us, not China, and these other countries say, geez, you don't even treat your fellow American citizens in the territories with equal citizenship. I mean, it needs to end. It just sends the wrong message because, of course, what China is doing, Ray, and of course you know this, and so many of the listeners know this because you're in that neighborhood, they're going into these islands and they're actually developing these islands. They're not treating them as colonies. We go in there and we treat these islands, both our territories and these independent countries, as sort of, colonial possessions, and we're giving you free handouts. We really don't care about developing it. You see that on Guam. There is one standard behind the fence, and there's another standard on the other side of the fence, instead of one standard for the whole island.
Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez is a frequent Facebook Live viewer, and he's sending up the emoji. It's the emoji where it was almost guppy eyes on it, the real big eyes open wide on the emoji. I'm not quite sure what that line is about, but it'll be interesting to talk with him down the road about his comments on this. When I printed this out, I printed it out so I did not see a lot of commentary at the end of your article. What kind of comments have you received, and have you gotten any interesting comments from people that might be walking the halls of power in Washington, D.C. inside the Beltway?
I have. I've had some conversations with a few of the people that were mentioned in the article, of course, because when you mention somebody's name, their PR person tends to clip it out for them, and it gets on their desk. I actually heard from people from Australia, because, of course, I talked about Australia.
Yeah.
Until quite recently, the only other country that project power, after World War II in the Indo-Pacific was Australia. And they're going through the same problems like in the Solomon Islands that we are with Chinese aggression and Chinese influence. And so at the very minimum, Ray, it's provoked a much-needed discussion, not only on how do we combat what China is doing, but also how do we ensure that our fellow American citizens in Guam and the other territories have equal citizenship. This second-class status needs to end. Now, the president has said he's committed to doing it, but the president can't do it unilaterally. It requires an act of Congress, and of course, you've got a delegate from Guam who's in the majority in the House, and Republicans control the Senate. It sure be nice if we could move off another phony witch hunt and get to giving equal citizenship to all Americans.
Dennis Lennox on the line. And Dennis, let me just ask you before I let you go, what are you working on right now? This guy, incidentally, is like a 2-million-mile flyer. He's just always traveling. And I would have talked to him yesterday, but he was about to get on an airplane. What are you working on now?
I'm talking to you from Bluegrass, Kentucky, here in horse country and bourbon country as well, and I'm here for a couple more days. And actually, I'm going off on vacation to Normandy next week and going to do the D-Day beaches and the American Cemetery and maybe have some French wine as well. But nice. I'm really looking forward to that moving experience in Normandy because, of course, this in June was the 75th anniversary of D-Day. Events.
Yeah, interesting. 6:53 in the morning. Are you going to be stumping for Trump now that the re-election campaign is about begun?
I'm doing what I can do. I don't have a position in the administration, but I fully support him for not only obviously renomination but re-election. And I think what you're seeing in the last 24 hours has all but guaranteed his reelection with this latest installment of, phony witch hunt 2.0.
Oh, yeah. I'm waiting to see. This is probably going to explode in everybody's faces. I think Pelosi's instincts were right in the beginning to leave this alone, because all this is going to do is galvanize the growing base that Trump has got and begin to overshadow any of the real distinctions between what feels like Democrat 2.0, a 3.0, far progressive left organization that they've become.
Well, the fake news is just so bad. I mean, for example, the president just rightly called out a couple of senior Democrat senators who have now called for his impeachment. They sent a letter to the president of Ukraine just a couple of months ago threatening to withhold all U.S. federal funding if the president of Ukraine didn't do exactly what these senators wanted. I mean, this is just a travesty. It's embarrassing. And, sometimes you wonder about, your delegate from Congress, your delegate to Congress from Guam, whether they'd be better off sitting as an independent, because, folks in Guam don't need Republicans and Democrats. They need somebody who can get the job done.
Amen to that. Yeah, I've seen him sitting in some of the committees. He sits in a kind of an interesting committee, and the people that run it and some of the people that he sits next to are right there on the list of nut jobs in the House these days. And my guy, Mike Nicholas, always looks like he's out of place. Yeah, kind of like Jim Webb looked when he was standing in between, what's his name, Bernie and Hillary.
Well, it's important to know where he stands on this phony impeachment proceedings are going to do, because, of course, he can't vote for it if it goes to the floor. But if he's put on one of the committees that's going to be investigating this, he's going to have a vote. And I think the people of Guam need to be asking him where he stands on this witch hunt 2.0.
When we get a hold of him, we'll maybe I will ask him along those lines. He's got his own issues here. He's driving a couple of Organic Act amendments that are not sitting well with members of the Guam Democrat deep state. He also did not sign the Democrats' unity pledge going into the election, so that there's a lot of people that are casting frowny faces at Congressman Mike Nicholas.
Hey, pass the popcorn.
You're exactly right. Next time you're in the area, we got to get together, my friend.
Hey, thanks, Ray, as always. Have a good one.
I already did. You have a terrific one as well. Dennis Lennox, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to take a look at it, like I said, Washington Times, fresh content straight to your inbox, reviving the Monroe Doctrine in the Indo-Pacific. Now, I would have just read this, bits and pieces of it, and stuck it on talk about it, riff on it a couple of times on the radio. But the reason why I went a little bit further and got the author of the thing on the line for you is, number one, I wanted to impress you with the big shots that I know. and number two, I also, because it's the number of people that were forwarding this thing to me, like it was all of a sudden somebody taking a look out at our world here, our relationship in the Pacific with the federal government, and the idea that the federal government, the United States of America, is no longer the prettiest girl in the dance. There's a younger Asian Oriental girl who's coming to the dance, and she's swiping right all across the Pacific. And somebody, if you still want to have some kind of influence around here, you better come with a little bit more than free lunches for the kids and SNAP programs. At least that's the way it looks to me. Now, he was talking about in that interview statehood, just, declare the entire American lake out here just this one vast place. And anybody that wanted to be a part of the United States would go in as the 51st state in the region, and you could just say, all right, I'm Guam, I'm the Philippines, or not in Guam, Philippines, I'm Guam, CNMI, wherever, and we'll just be part of this grand United States thing. But there are a couple of people in the Facebook Live says, something like that's not going to happen. That's fine. And that's okay, but at least the recognition from the federal government that there needs to be more about freshening up that relationship that we've had.
I think the logistics involved would prevent that sort of thing from happening, because the needs of American Samoa are much different than the needs of ours, or Saipan, or Palau, or any.
Well, yeah, and so we do what the Constitution leaves us with. So if those needs, you meet those needs individually as you would if you were a state dealing with the federal government. But then the other part of it is we would have, if it's something that we can take care of on our own, then we can take care of it on our own as a state. Notwithstanding what the Constitution has got lined up for it. If it's silent to it, then it's silent to it. Man, could you imagine, though? Anyway, play around with it. A bunch of other stuff running around in my head this morning. There's something else I found online. Oh, by the way, the top story that is not coming from Guam media. It's on Guam media, but the top story floating around, what was it, last week? It was the Triton drones that were coming in here. Today, the #1 most mentioned story in off-island media is the same-sex marriage that took place yesterday over at the governor's office. Gov was there, Lacio was there, BJ Cruz was there, and of course, the happy recipients of a Guam marriage license were there as well. What they get to do with it, I don't know. But there's another story, and this popped up while I was looking for it, and I thought, awesome, this is great. Get more than a pound of lobster for $20 at Red Lobster's National Lobster Day. They were doing. Don't get too excited. It was yesterday. #1. Dateline stuff, right? It's #1. It was yesterday. And #2, it didn't apply to Hawaii, the New York Times Square Red Lobster store, Guam, Puerto Rico, or Canada. And it wouldn't have applied. Even if we'd have caught it in time, it wouldn't have applied to us. What's up with that? See, that's why we need statehood, my guy. It's, Hawaii's got it, and they didn't get it either. Never mind. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. The radio station is KUSG. I got you. Ray Gibson here on 93.3. This is The Point.
President Trump calls for transparency. Lisa Brady, Fox News. At a news conference moments ago, he again denied pressuring the Ukrainian president during a phone call in July.
No push, no pressure, no nothing. It's all a hoax, folks. It's all a big hoax.
Criticizing the media for focusing on the heightened push for impeachment instead of the substance of his multiple meetings with world leaders at the UN this week. Also saying he's told House lawmakers he favors transparency on the whistleblower complaint against him.
But also insist on transparency from Joe Biden and his son Hunter on the millions of dollars that have been quickly and easily taken out of Ukraine and China.
Biden has denied any wrongdoing related to his son's business dealings in Ukraine while he was vice president. After a rough transcript of the phone call with Ukraine's leader was released earlier today, House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff described the call as a shakedown of a foreign leader.
This is how a mafia boss talks. What have you done for us? We've done so much for you, but there's not much reciprocity. I have a favor I want to ask you. What is that favor? Of course, the favor is to investigate his political rival, to investigate the Bidens.
During a previously scheduled meeting with President Trump at the UN today, Ukraine's president said he was not pushed in the call.
No, you sure that we had, I think, good phone call. It was normal. We spoke about many things.
Also saying he does not want to be involved in the U.S. election. The acting director of national intelligence, Joseph McGuire, says he's never considered resigning since assuming that role last month. He is rejecting published reports that he threatened to resign if he couldn't speak freely to Congress during scheduled testimony tomorrow, when it's expected he will face questions about the whistleblower complaint. America is listening. Fox News.
Hulu is all your TV in one place, plus more. Watch thousands of hit shows, movies, and award-winning Hulu originals for only $5.99 per month. It's TV without the cable contract and the freedom of on-demand streaming. Get current network shows from ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, and binge watch every season of your favorite cable shows. Premium Hulu viewing is brought to you by Proline Automotive and AB Sports, Guam's store for Nike. To advertise on Hulu, call Choice Digital at 989-0042.
Connecticut water treatment customers don't keep coming back. They're satisfied the first time. That's right. Connecticut non-electric water treatment systems take care of your water problems, and you won't need to keep calling us for repairs. Join the list of satisfied Connecticut customers who purchased their non-electric water systems years ago and are still enjoying clean, conditioned water without any hassles from timers or circuit boards.
American Water Tech, a passion for improving lives through better water.
A week after the arrest of Democratic donor Ed Buck in connection with overdose deaths in his home, the mother of one of the men who died is speaking out. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal is live in L.A.
Lisa, Jamel Moore was the first man to die in Ed Buck's home after overdosing on drugs 2 years ago. Moore's mother, Letitia Nixon, says she's been fighting for an investigation ever since. Then another man overdosed and died, and this month a third man, identified in court documents as Joe Doe, overdosed but survived. With his help, Ed Buck was arrested.
Joe Doe is a hero. We could not have done this without him, because I said it the last time we were down here, that there was going to be a third victim. We said there was going to be a second victim.
Federal prosecutors have charged Buck with distributing drugs in connection with a death. In the complaint, 9 other victims say Buck administered drugs or encouraged them to take drugs. Lisa.
Thanks, Jessica. There may be changes in who can be laid to rest at our National Military Cemetery.
With Arlington National Cemetery in Virginia projected to run out of space in 30 years, the Army's proposing new rules for who can be buried there. In-ground burial would be restricted to those killed in action or vets who received awards like the Purple Heart or Silver Star, also U.S. presidents and vice presidents. Every veteran who served active duty and was eligible for retirement pay would still be able to have their cremated remains there in places above ground. Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy says in a statement the changes would preserve the cemetery's lifespan for another 150 years. The proposal will be made public for people to submit comments. If no changes are made, the new rules could take effect in about 9 months. Chris Foster, Fox News.
A ruling just in from Colorado that an accused school shooter can go to trial for a shooting that killed 1 and injured 8 in Colorado. There are 2 suspects in this case. One has claimed that the other defendant pressured him into it. Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
30 years ago, the very first Subway restaurant opened in Guam. Now, 15 restaurants later, Subway Restaurants is celebrating this milestone with a buy one, get one free offer every weekend, starting September 14th through October 12th. Come celebrate 30 years. Enjoy your favorite sandwich, salad, or wrap, all made with freshly sliced veggies and bread baked in every store. Take advantage of this buy one, get one deal. It's Subway Restaurants' way of saying thank you, Guam, for 30 wonderful years. Subway, make it what you want.
7 o'clock news from the Guam Daily Post is being brought to you by Proline Automotive, customizing Guam's finest rides, located in the Harmon Industrial Park.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this Thursday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Department of Corrections Deputy Director Joey Terlahi has resigned in the wake of Jonia Mayor Jesse Mendiola's indictment on extortion and bribery charges. Terlahi resigned after his name was mentioned during Mayor Blas's initial appearance in district court on Tuesday. Mayor Blas has been indicted on allegations that he extorted bribes from drug dealers in order to allow them to use some of the cluster mailboxes under his control in front of the Jonia Mayor's office. Blas has pleaded not guilty to that and other charges. An FBI agent who testified during the Tuesday hearing said a female detainee told investigators that there were several groups involved in the alleged dealings with Mayor Blas, including Terlahi and certain marshals at the Superior Court of Guam. However, court spokesman Sean Guma-Tautau told the Guam Daily Post that the judiciary has no knowledge of any facts that would support the allegations alluded to in Tuesday's court hearing. And Terlahi has not been charged in the case, and he has not responded to any requests for comment. Governor Leon Guerrero yesterday issuing a statement saying she has accepted Terlahi's resignation. She said our law enforcement agencies must be free of anything that may distract from their mission. She appointed Guam Police Captain Joe Carbolito to temporarily serve as acting director at DOC while Director Samantha Brennan is off island. DOC Warden Alan Borja said he was surprised at the change of leadership, saying, "We thought the selection would be in-house, but we respect the decision of the governor," he said. Joey Terlahi is the son of Senator Jose Pito Terlahi, who issued a statement yesterday saying he has no knowledge of any investigation into his son. He said, "We'll let the judicial process work its course." Senator Pito Terlahi was previously the mayor of Jonia. Mayor Blas was his administrative assistant. In related news, the federal indictment against Mayor Blas seeks the forfeiture of assets purchased with drug money. The indictment against Mayor Blas accuses him of extorting thousands of dollars from drug dealers in exchange for allowing them to use those mailboxes in front of his office. However, in the financial disclosures that Mayor Blas filed with the Guam Election Commission for the years 2017 and 2018, Blas reported having a zero balance in his savings account and no cash on hand, despite his $75,000 annual mayoral salary. And when he ran for mayor in 2016, he reported having just $30 in his savings account. The only other item declared in his financial disclosure is a 2005 Nissan Frontier valued at $2,500. We'll have more news after this.
Proline Automotive has everything to customize your whip. From custom wheels to Nankang tires or just hubcaps, they have it. Feel better that it's protected with a dash cover, car cover, seat covers, or floor mats. Visit Proline Automotive, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Hey, do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime, which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
11 minutes past 7 a.m. here at The Point. The director of the Department of Administration has declined to comment on the protests filed by two local health insurance companies over the $108 million group health insurance contract awarded to Aetna International. DOA Director Edward Byrne, who chairs GovGuam's Health Insurance Negotiating Committee, said the protests are under review by the Guam Attorney General's office. Take Care Insurance filed a protest last Friday seeking revocation of the contract award, arguing the lawsuit it filed in August should have led to a suspension of negotiations with Aetna. Meanwhile, Calvo Select Care filed a different protest Monday, accusing the GovGuam Health Insurance Negotiating Committee of failing to apply the local preference policy as required by Guam procurement law. However, Byrne said his office hasn't received any court order suspending the procurement proceedings, and open enrollment for the Aetna plans, which began on Monday, is continuing as scheduled. Open enrollment runs through October 12th. The firearm found in a public restroom at the concourse area in Guam's airport terminal on Tuesday belongs to a Guam customs officer. According to a release from the customs agency, the officer was on duty and assigned to the area in which his firearm was found. The officer has since been placed on administrative duties pending completion of an internal investigation. Customs officer was not named in the release. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with our weather.
It says here mostly cloudy, scattered showers, then isolated thunderstorms, and winds northeast 5 to 15 miles an hour. They will shift easterly this afternoon and by tonight shift more towards the southeast. Complicated weather mathematics going on in there. Mike can explain in a second. Highs around 86 degrees overnight. Lows are going to be about 77 degrees. Sunset Hunters on Thursday night, 6:14, which means that you need to be in position by 6 o'clock, which means that you should leave the office by 4.
Sounds good.
I'm just trying to help. Want to make sure that you get some great shots. Great shot last night, right?
It really was.
Did you see? I mean, absolutely unexpected. Oh, my God. It was beautiful last night, and maybe the same thing is going to be happening tonight. So just FYI. And I'm going to ask if you would, please, while I've got before I put the weather radar images up, I'm going to ask that you guys please stop sending me these memes. Have you seen this one? Yeah, I think it is pretty much viral right now. It's a picture of the gun that was found in the bathroom at the Guam International Airport. Somebody, I don't know who did this, photoshopped an image of Ray Tenorio in this saying, "Can you grab me some TP and a gun?" Please stop sending me that. Send it to the radio station's WhatsApp. 671-988-5874. Again, 988-5874. Okay, here it comes, the weather radar. What are we looking at, Miguel?
Yeah, we're looking at some showers developing pretty quickly up to our northeast and moving this way. So get ready. Yeah, looks like the middle of your drive to work is going to be a wet one. Most of the blobbage still down to the south. I'm wondering if we could zoom out on this a little bit, because it'll actually show more of what's going on here.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Hold on a second. Take a zoom out. Click, click, click. 125.
There you go.
That would be
Down,
minus,
down.
right?
There we go. Yeah, now we can really start to see the extent that this rainfall is going to be coming in. Looks like another area of showers building even back off to the southeast. That could loop around and get us as the circulation continues to move to the east. What we've got here is 91 WinVest. You can almost see the center of circulation down to the southeast of us, and a lot of blobbage associated with that. Heavy rains, even some thunderstorms down there. We're getting what looks like a developing rain band that's getting ready to move on across us. It'll be brief. It'll slide on through fairly quickly, but we'll probably see more of that during the day today as we expect scattered showers and thunderstorms and those easterly winds. Again, with the counterclockwise rotation of the system, as the system continues to move to the west, winds will change from the northeast, then to the east, and then to the southeast. And then tomorrow, we're actually expecting some pretty strong and gusty winds of around 15 to 20 miles per hour from the south as the system continues to consolidate and move away. Blobbage on the satellite here, we can see it. Guam is a little spot right there that's about to get hit by one of those pieces of blobbage up to the north.
Yep.
And we're looking at another one firing up almost due east, and it looks like it's traveling right now northwest, but it's got a looper back around to the center, and that's why I was saying it looks like we may get hit before the morning drive is over with some pretty significant rainfall.
I'll just shorten that up. It might not be raining where you are right now, but it's gonna before the end of the day. 7:15. That's news and plenty of weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Save big. Save really big when you bundle up your insurance policies with Nanbo Insurance. Insure your home, auto, motorcycle, or business with Nanbo and enjoy great savings, up to 50%. When it comes to insuring your property, no one knows better than the company with over 50 years of service to the community. Don't compromise the things that matter to you most. Call Nanbo today at 477-9754 or visit nanbo.com for more information. Nanbo Insurance, serving you since 1968. Raymond Gibson Show being brought to you by the team over at American President Lines. APL is global presence with a local home. They can get stuff from just about anywhere into a container and then bring it to Guam because they've got a local home as well. It's also brought to you by the team over at Wendy's, where they're celebrating Bacon Fest. We just like to play that sound effect when we start talking about them. Here's the deal. It comes from the goodness of the inside of a pig. And I saw somebody sent up a meme on Facebook yesterday, and it's just the cutest thing in the world. It's a bunch of little pink pigs. They're playing out in water. I mean, they're chasing each other. Look like, just like little kids playing around and having a good. You know why? Because they knew they were eventually going to get slaughtered and turned into bacon. Yes, that you can get into Bacon Fest over at Wendy's. Here's the deal, guys. We've got the bacon and jalapeno cheeseburger. There's no fancy name attached to that. There's nothing spectacular other than the flavor that you're going to get. So let's not waste any time. I want the cheeseburger that's got bacons and jalapenos in it, and they'll hook you up with that today at Wendy's. Also brought to you by American Water Tech, folks with a passion for improving lives through better water.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
717. I always used to love that. Listen to guys on the radio, and they'd overemphasize the when they do time checks. 717 here on the Ray Gibson Show. On 93.3 The Point. Where are we up to today? Is it time for Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point? Could be here in just a second. But a couple of other things that I thought maybe I'd share with you as we make our way through. There's a big business opportunity that we've got in the same-sex couple from Japan getting married on Guam. This is not just a story that is of any kind of local interest. If you start looking around at some of the Japanese press, you will see that it is being written about quite a lot. Japan Times covering this story. A same-sex couple from Japan is doing their wedding on Guam, the first U.S. territory to recognize same-sex marriage. Tsuyoshi Kumagai and Robert Francis Yoakum have been in a relationship for 20-plus years and had their wedding Wednesday. The pair, believed to be the first same-sex couple from Japan to get married on Guam, says Sumi Kuba, president and general manager for Micronesia Assistance, Inc. Same-sex marriages is not recognized in Japan. Sumi says, I feel that a strength in a legal LGBT wedding on Guam is that the couple can legally marry within a 4-day stay, and the marriage certificate can be issued, and they can bring it back home. So it'll be interesting to see what eventually happens with all of that once they do finally get around to going back home. I meant to tell you, because it's happening this morning at 9 o'clock, and there's still time for you to get there. The Business Bankruptcy Basics Chambers are putting this together, the Guam Chamber of Commerce and the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, providing an overview of different types of bankruptcy filings, 7, 13, one of our favorites, 11. As well as what might be alternatives to bankruptcy. And I'm not going to mention burning it down and letting the insurance company pay for it. They really don't want me doing that anymore. There will be a focus on how bankruptcy reorganizations work, both from the debtor perspective and the creditor perspective. They'll be able to provide some examples and discuss the newly enacted Small Business Reorganization Act of 2019. Here's the deal. You might be in trouble. There's a lot of businesses here on Guam in trouble most of the year and managed to be able to make enough money in the burn months to be able to hold their nose above water for the next 9 or 10 months in the next year. That's just a matter of course for a lot of gigs in this town. But sometimes you feel like things are going to get a little bit shaky, and you start looking around at bankruptcy. Most of the people that I've talked to about bankruptcy have looked at it, have examined it, and in many cases tried to stay in the fight. And maybe that's one of the things that they'll tell you about at this get-together. In the meantime, 20 after the hour, let's take a look at what happened in the markets. A little bit of a rally on the Dow Jones Industrial Average in the last couple of hours of trade here. 26,970. They're clawing their way back to 27,000. 162.94 is the green that the Dow Jones got today. 83.76 worth of an advance for the NASDAQ. They're back over 8,077. That's nice. And the S&P 500 at 29.84 picked up 18.27 points in trade. Now, taking a look at the other international markets, FTSE is down. The Nikkei is off by 78 points. Hang Seng Index is off by 335 points. Shanghai down by 30, and the DAX is off by 72.97. So the American market's looking okay today. Not so much for the Asian markets. We'll see how they fare in trade today. Thursday, we'll take a look at Bitcoin real quick. Pointing at Mike. Bitcoin.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that.
Then I'll take a look at my commodities. Yesterday, West Texas True trading at $56.81. Today, $56.61. So moving down the right direction, 20 cents off for them. And Tapas moving up, but it's not crazy up, $68.22. And today, Tapas is trading for $68.24 per barrel.
Bitcoin looking a lot like the start of that roller coaster ride. Down 8,519 right now.
Wow.
Yeah, way
down. Wasn't it just at 10 the other day?
It really was. Yeah, it topped up at about 10,400. Let's see, I want to say...
Like Tuesday.
Yeah, not too long ago, and now it is just nosediving. That's more manipulation, of course.
No idea what it is. I just, it's just one of those things. Or as soon as I think I'm beginning to understand something, it changes.
You'll never understand.
You'll never understand Bitcoin.
It is the big guys taking advantage of the little guys. Plain and simple.
Gotta be. All right, and then Jerry Roberts in the studio with today's Extra Point. We'll get around to doing some of that. And I was looking to. There's a story that I've been wanting to run here because I think that there are parallels to what happens not just in the home, but what happens in business as well. So let me see if I can find. There it is. There's the story. What, Mom and Dad, makes your kids happy? Now, some of you might actually be in the car right now with your kids. Ask them what makes them happy. Are you ready for the answers? Here it comes. According to a survey conducted by the Associated Press, researchers asked more than 1,000 teenagers what gave them the most satisfaction.
And the answers are...
Number 1.
Pause.
Spending time with family. Right?
Hang on a second.
1,000 teenagers.
1,000 teenagers.
Nationwide survey. Right?
You sure wasn't spending time with their friends at the mall.
It says spending time with family is number
good.
one.
That's
Hanging out
awesome.
with friends came in number two.
Okay.
And
that's
there's
great
a
if it
variety.
is.
There's a variety of other answers. And at the end of far down the list was actual money and material things. Kids don't. Maybe there is a new kind of groundswell of kids that are looking forward to looking at what has happened with their older siblings, older generations, going, well, yeah, it might have been okay for them, but I like mom and dad. I want to spend more time with them. And my grandparents are going to die soon, so I better spend some time with those guys.
And jobs are worth having, so I better learn how to do stuff.
There you go. And I don't know that was in the survey. So spending time with family, hanging out with friends, number two. A big surprise here. Parents have found, I certainly find when I'm hanging out with my daughter, we have a good time. It's an even better time when her friends are with us as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, because I am the foil for all of my daughter's jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let me tell you.
And all of her friends call me dad, which is cool.
If your daughter is including her friends and you can be in the crowd at the same time, that's a big win.
There's a side to this here that I feel there's got to be a business connection. There's got to be management and guys in the office store. What were you going to add to this?
I was just going to say, from a practical point of view, we understand that lifestyle things are cyclical. For instance, hairstyles come back every 20 or 30 years. We've been in this technological revolution now with cell phones and everything else for about 20 years, really going strong since 2000. And now I think the cycle is coming back around where even the kids are realizing, man, these little boxes and stuff, they're fun and cool and stuff for reaching out. But I kind of like to have the interpersonal reaction with the folks closest to me.
Can't disagree. So what's the analog for The Office? What is it that our people want? What will make our office kids happy? Ponder 725. Didn't mean to spring it on you.
No, it's okay. Communication is always the same thing. Bosses need to reach out first because that's the order of things. And then for those who reach back, then that's a score. It starts out that way. And then you spend more time with them. One-on-one meetings, build them up. Go from there.
Because your employees do want to spend some time with you.
I think so.
They want to spend time with the boss, want to see what it takes, what it took to get you to where you are, what it takes to make you tick.
Well, the other factor is that the manager, in this case, let's say for you, for example, here at the radio station, how many people work here?
12. So
12 or so. Okay.
Well, how many are actually working? There's. Wait a second.
I'm sorry.
I'm not here all the time. Mike, what do you think? I mean, the dozen or so that are here, how many of them do you think are working all the time?
I asked the wrong question, obviously.
Well, I know Albert and Donna work their butts off, so that's two.
That's two. Okay. No, but they do want to spend time with the boss.
Yeah.
Because A, it's fun. B, it can be a career builder. Yeah. 3, you can learn some things. And there's just an order of things. We kind of go through the boss for everything we need at the company. Right? There's a well-being factor in there. So if the boss is cool, I want to spend time with the boss. It's a good thing.
All right. There might be something else. The other analog here is, remember, money and material possessions rank near the bottom of every teen's list, and it is possible that the people that you've got working for you are probably in it for a paycheck, maybe not in it to become the richest people in the world. They're in it for things other than money. Find out what that is.
If your company offers jobs that are not going to make people among the richest people in the world, they are there for other reasons as well.
Find out what they are. All right, 7:26 in the morning, almost 7:27. Jerry Roberts in the studio for today's Extra Point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and the team over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
The ability to ask the right questions can be the difference between a good and a great career. John C. Maxwell heads up a group of 5 exceptional speakers for the 2019 Live to Lead Guam Conference, November 7th at the Dusitani Guam Resort. He's always been a huge advocate of learning through asking the right questions of the right people. So am I. And it caught my attention when he began to list a bunch of them at one of his conferences. According to Maxwell, questions separate us from the pack. They are a differentiator, a huge differentiator. Here's an example of my own experience. When I published Directions Magazine, every month we interviewed a leader from the corporate world or government or perhaps a business owner. I estimate that I did not have a previous friendship or acquaintance with about 1/4 of those people. However, after sitting with me for 2 hours and sometimes longer, fielding 30 to 40 questions about their past, their career, plans for the future, and more, seeds were planted with them, and some became good friends, and those friendships have lasted over time. Maxwell went further in his belief that asking questions changes lives. He said, we need to ask questions of people for whom we have respect, or we end up cheating ourselves. I believe that. There were so many people I wanted to interview, but I didn't for one reason or another, and I felt a bit cheated at the end of that. I felt our readers lost out too. Some of those sessions would have been eye-opening. Who could you ask questions of today who would give you eye-opening answers? Maybe you should make a list and invite them to lunch or coffee so you don't miss out. Maxwell believes that asking questions levels the playing field. I loved it when he said, we are only a certain number of questions away from being on common ground with someone. He said we are only X number of questions away from being where we want to be. Here's something else. Questions honor those we ask because we suggest that they have the authority and the capability to answer them, and it places them in the teaching position. Some of the questions he believes we should ask of people who have proven themselves as leaders and achievers are these. 1, what's the greatest lesson you ever learned? 2, what are you learning now? 3, how has failure changed your life? 4, what have you read that I should read? 5, what have you done that I should do? 6, who do you know that I should know? And will you help me meet them? And 7, how can I add value to you? Questions help us build ideas. If we share our ideas with someone and they add their ideas on the same subject, then it could be a case of 1 + 1 = 3 or 4 or more. Then he said this, great ideas come from asking ourselves and others great questions. John C. Maxwell will fill the air with questions and insights at the Live to Lead conference. I hope you take advantage of the opportunity to be there. And if you've got a team, make sure they get there as well. That's the Extra Point. Get out there and ask good questions today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guam Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Yeah, asking people all over Guam trying to ask good questions, but the answers coming out of the government of Guam are no comment. We are not commenting on that today, as you might imagine. There's plenty of space, a lot of editorial ink being written these days that includes the phrase, I have no comment, including the front page of the Guam Daily Post. For details on that, we'll jump into headlines in a second, being brought to you by the guys over at GPSI. Call Al Yanger and ask him how they might be able to help you. These guys are already registered contractors for the federal government, and they're always looking to help take that and do some more networking. The number is 477-3058. And they'll answer GPSI Guam. 7:30 News also brought to you by Lolita Kemet of Remax Diamond Realty for all of your real estate needs. Buy, sell, rent, barter, trade, whatever. Auntie Loli's got the answer for you. 688-6743. 688-6743. Now, time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning. In Superior Court yesterday, 18-year-old Sarson Robert, a student arrested in connection with the riot last week at Teason High School, pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. Robert appeared via video conference from the Agana Detention Facility. Robert is facing charges of criminal mischief as a misdemeanor and consumption of alcohol underage as a petty misdemeanor. He remains in custody on a $1,000 cash bail. He's scheduled to appear back in court on October 3rd. No new dengue cases have been reported since Saturday, according to a release from the government's Joint Information Center yesterday. Test results on 10 people who were recently tested for suspected exposure to the disease came back negative, according to that release. The statement from the Joint Information Center says that public health continues to receive reports of possible dengue cases on a nearly daily basis, and officials are continuing their efforts to stem the outbreak. Along with the Department of Public Works and the Mayor's Council of Guam and others, cleanup efforts continue across the island with the removal of debris to reduce mosquito breeding grounds and the gathering up of mosquito traps to test for exposure to the virus. In all, 10 people have confirmed cases of dengue. 7 were acquired locally. 3 cases were contracted off-island. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control has cautioned travelers coming to Guam that with the island's dengue outbreak, they should avoid getting bitten by mosquitoes. Governor Leon Guerrero has nominated Ricardo Umpenco to serve as the utilities representative on the Rate-Setting Public Utilities Commission. Umpenco served as the general manager of the Guam Power Authority from February 1996 until December 1999. He owns and manages RSU Consultants, a performance management contractor in Barragata. He has been nominated to a 6-year term. The nomination is subject to legislative confirmation. A hearing date for that confirmation has not yet been scheduled. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Yeah, 7:34 in the morning, and I'm not going to make a big deal about it as much as at least Kelly online is wondering, is it windy in the studio? Because Kevin's hair is kind of all over the place. Wait, let me put you back in it. Perfect. Okay, good job. 7:34, and we'll call that iConnect time. Give iConnect a ring, why don't you, at 888-8888, and ask about the great plan that they've got for you to save some money on your tax refund. And we have a lot of money floating around, $25 million in the mail right now, and no doubt you're going to get one of those checks. And maybe that check could get you thinking about, well, maybe I sign up with another phone company, maybe if they give me a free month service, maybe if they give me a free phone. If you want details, T's and C's apply. Call 888-8888.
GPSI Guam is a professional services company that is a registered contractor for the federal government. They're an SBA, 8A, and Hub Zone certified SDVOSB, providing program/project management, administration, technical support, logistics, and commodities. Find out more about GPSI and how they can help you today. For large prime companies, contact GPSI if you need assistance in meeting your small business subcontracting goals at 477-3058. They'll be happy to assist.
Thank you, bro. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by International House of Pancakes, IHOP, and their new buttermilk chicken has arrived, made with all-natural chicken breast, signature seasoning blend. I want you to enjoy this with pancakes and waffles or that incredible breakfast combo. Find it for a limited time at IHOP in Tamuning and in Tumon.
Lolita Kamet from RE/MAX Diamond Realty, a friendly, hardworking, and passionate RE/MAX professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military, and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
7:36 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. A couple of things that might be affecting traffic near you. Just got word, and visuals of an accident behind, looks like Superior Court. This may be involving a bus and a car. I'm going to see if I can get that video up on the screen for the, not the video, but I've got a piece of still art that I'm going to see if I can get on the screen for you here in just a second so you can see what it's about. Don't think I'm going to be able to do it. Oh, well. So watch out for that if you are going to be in that area. Again, behind Superior Court. Looks like a small little fender bender involving a school bus. We're going to be doing that again. Haven't we already had a couple of school bus fender benders already this year? Seems to me that...
Fortunately, nobody's been injured.
Well, that is the good news, but I'm trying to figure out how the hell you hit a bus. They're not small. They're brightly colored. I mean, it's not like you can't see this thing happen. Is it distracted driving? Is it the bus drivers? I don't know. All right, let me take a look at the traffic gizmo, see if that's slowing anything down in the downtown and getting your area any worse than other traffic will already do. Not seeing anything actually on the WhatsApp the traffic gizmo deal. Nope. Other than some of the usual spots that are going to slow you down. Southbound Marine Corps Drive getting into the Dededo area looks like it'll open up again. Expect some delays coming out of Route 3 onto Marine Corps Drive. Maybe a little bit of a lag getting through the DPW Tamuning area, the upper Tumon. Getting into the downtown Agutnia area, don't see anything major that's going to slow you down. And Route 4 and 8 and 10 looking pretty good. There's some slows down at the intersections, but I think you're going to be able to get through that. That's right now. Traffic on the point.
Coast 360 introduces our new youth banking program. Give your kids and teens a head start with Kids 360 and Teen 360, a program designed to help your child develop smart financial habits and learn about money. Introduce them to banking and get them on a path towards a thriving financial future. Plus, new youth members get a special lunch tote just in time for back to school, while supplies last. Learn more at coast360fcu.com or visit your favorite member center. Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive. Terms and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Let's see now, 7:38 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number around here. Let's see if I can get that picture up there for you, because as it says, it's not like there's, the thing is flipped over on its sides. Got a little bit of a fender bender in the front of the bus, and then a couple of cars parked along the sides. Looked like somebody was trying to make a turn and miscalculated the room that they had, because, buses are really hard to see. Hardly possible to be able to get those things in your vision, in your field of view. There's the picture, and there it is on the internet, on the big screen now on Facebook Live. And I can zoom in just a little bit on this. You might be able to make out a little bit more of what it is that I'm talking about. There's at least one car waiting for things to clear up, and that's the guy that took the picture. He also made a comment. I thought it was an interesting comment. This whole Bloss case. And is it beginning to turn into a Bloss Terlahi case? Now, it's interesting to point out that Terlahi was just named in some of the allegations that came through, secondary allegations, but as far as anybody knows, there is no case against him. But my friend is pointing out this is going to be interesting. It's going to gobble up all of the criminal lawyers on Guam, and maybe even a couple of the divorce lawyers are going to get gobbled up into this case as well, with the stories of what at least one journalist is referring to as human trafficking here on Guam. 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll save that conversation for a few more minutes. I did want to get my friend Kaz Endo on the line. Good morning, Cosmonaut. How you doing?
Good morning. Good morning.
Where are you driving at? You sound like you're on the road.
Yeah, I'm dropping the kids off, and traffic is looking okay on the backside. Headed out to Bishop.
Oh, okay, all right. The back, yeah, because it looks like that accident might have taken place along the side of the road that kind of in between there and McDonald's, if you know what I mean. It's 20 away from the top of the hour, so watch out for that. Otherwise, things ought to be okay. Now, there are times, as you get stuck in traffic where it feels like you're in a parade, right?
Yeah, how apropos, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to call and make an announcement regarding something that we're trying to do. We're trying to break a world record with the number of Nissan cars on the road on October 13th to celebrate the Nissan Z's 50th birthday.
Wait. Now back up for a second, because the Nissan Z, in my mind, one of the sexiest automobiles ever made by anybody, and one of the few sexy rides that I've never actually owned in my life. And so I've had 50 years to get myself behind the wheel of one of these things and still haven't done it, right?
Well, let's change that, because I've got a key for you and a bid number for you. I know you're into running, but this time you get to drive 9K.
Really?
Yeah, let's go. Let's break a record together.
Okay, it sounds like fun. So now back up on the deal here, because I got a lot of friends that have Nissan automobiles. I've got one or two friends that still have a Datsun in the driveway.
Yep, so all of them count. Nissan, Infiniti, obviously Datsun. Anything that Nissan manufactures will be considered a legit vehicle based on Guinness World Records. Yeah. So we want to invite everybody. Although we're celebrating the Z's 50th birthday, this is really kind of a celebration to put Guam on the map in the record books.
Now, how many cars do we have to beat?
Okay, so Texas has the current record at 250. So we need to beat 251, but we want to try to get to 370.
Because that was the original number. No, that's the new number, right?
That's the new number, yeah. So we, a little tongue-in-cheek there, but let's see if we can do it. But yeah, to beat the record, it's going to be 251.
Okay. All right, I got it in my head. So it's October the 13th. Where will this take place?
So we need a big space to stage it. So we're going to be over at the JFK High School parking lot. And then from there, we're going to organize the cars Pre-registration is obviously required with something like this. It's going to be about 9K drive to Adelup. So we want to hand deliver the governor something nice to talk about and give her a world record to govern over. So, yeah, we hope that everybody has a good time with it. And, 251 cars is roughly about 2 miles length. So,
right.
Yeah, it's, normally you'll see that kind of length for some kind of, funeral procession, but this time we like to do it a big birthday. Yeah, it's birthday. We like to always make a little disruption and look at things differently.
No, that's cool. I like that. That's the way you are in your agency. So pre-registration is going to be a requirement. Is all of that stuff out there yet? Is the information online? Is there an app? Is there a Facebook?
Well, we've got it on our advertising campaigns just rolled out this morning. We'll definitely let you folks announce it, and you just need to go to nissanguam.com or visit the dealership, and we'll get you going.
All right, just a thought here. Patrick Maloney writing on Facebook Live, tell the Nissan dealer he can sell a ton of cars if he gives a free can of bug repellent with every new car sold.
There you go. My Datsun's got it built in.
Yeah, what's that?
My Datsun's got that built in. It's called the petrol fumes.
Petrol fumes, yeah. Well, you're a big Z fan. You've got a project car you've been working on, right?
Yeah, it's labor of love. It's an old car. It's I really don't like to call it an old car because it's a 1973 and I'm a 1970 baby. So, yeah. But it's up there, and it's they don't make cars like that anymore, and it's an interesting project, and I hope to one day make it an heirloom for one of the kids that may want to continue to on the project.
Screw that, get buried in it. You spend that kind of time and money refurbing a car, rebuilding a car from the early 70s, you get buried in that car.
Yeah, maybe so, yeah.
That's the way to look at it. So now it's Nissans and Infinitis and Datsuns are going to be. Now, are you looking for girls named Z or with Z in their name? I think it'd be fun to have some of those, as part of the treatments.
Well, that's why I'm recruiting you, because you can lead that. You're the chairperson for that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you acknowledging my frisky behavior. 7:45 in the morning for details. Keep listening to The Point. We'll get between Kaz and I and everybody else. We'll let you know where it is that you can go and sign up for this particular event. October, what did you say now, 13?
It's the 13th, yeah, October 13th.
Oh, now is there a significance to that date?
That is the actual birthday of the Z's rollout in North America.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
It would be an appropriate day to do it. And it happens to be right on the Discovery Day weekend, or Columbus Day they used to call it. But, yeah, it's cool.
All right, so you're not going to put anybody out from work or anything fun like that. 7:45. Kaz, you're an awesome guy. I'll talk to you later.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
You know it anytime. 888-8255-888-TALK. It's 7:45 in the morning, and yeah, there's a lot of boo and frowny face that we can get into on the Blas thing, and now Terlahi's out over at the Department of Corrections, and replaced, interestingly, not by a guy from inside the Department of Corrections. I think there were some people that were hoping for something along those lines, but they brought in somebody from the Guam Police Department to keep things on track over at the Department of Corrections. Yeah. You know why? Because there's a lot of questionable things going on at the Department of Corrections, and this is a great opportunity for somebody from outside to come in and take a look and see if there's any other corruption, if there's any other monkey business going on at DOC that some of their wardens and other leadership can't make out. At any rate, you got the telephone number. Last hour, spent some time talking with who's the guy? Dennis Lennox, who wrote an interesting article about the Monroe Doctrine and America and the current upcrop of challenges that are facing America with an economically and military ascendant China. And he offered the sentiment, one of a couple of sentiments. One of them was just extend statehood. Just say, okay, anybody out in the Pacific, you're a state, and we will also create a cabinet-level position which will be operated by, and he suggested, former Governor Eddie Jerome Baza-Calvo. And I was thinking about it, didn't say it on the air, but I was thinking about, it would probably be better at that, notwithstanding anything that, any experience that Eddie might have garnered on the job, is the guy that current Governor Lulian Guerrero thinks ought to be the executive head thinker of the government of Guam. That's the czar, Carl T.C. Gutierrez. Good morning, Uncle Carl.
Good morning, Ray. Yeah, it might be able to start something, but I'll never finish it.
Well, Well, I don't know about that. I mean, look, just think about this. Everybody, asked me what my secret to success is, and I say I outlived all of the other guys. Is the deal? It's just everybody that I started with, they're all dead now. So I've just kind of managed to just be the last man standing in the communication games. And it's the same way with you. You take a look at all of the guys that Carl Gutierrez came back up with in the 60s and the 70s, and he's the last man standing there too.
Yeah, but I kind of like the idea, Ray, that Lennox actually brings attention to Guam and the territories, and particularly the region.
Yeah.
But we've always had the Monroe Doctrine applying to Guam. I mean, everybody's associated with the United States from Micronesia, and so there's a close eye being put on this area here, and I'm not going to second guess their strategy and their plans in the Defense Department and State Department, but certainly anytime you bring up the inadequacies of the way the territories are being treated, that's good for us. And I don't know this Lennox person. I guess he's got an in with the Trump administration.
Yeah, he's. I've been able to use him as a back channel in both directions a couple of times. I'm not going to say that there was any greater or lesser success associated with it, but he's at least a sympathetic ear. He's been around here. I've interviewed him. We've exchanged notes on as we pointed out, issues that we've got with the federal government not having a seat at the conversations about compact migration around here, EITC. It might be worth putting him in touch with people and letting them know about this this Medicaid cliff that we're about to go over, and unless something happens in Washington D.C. But he's got connections, and folks in the Trump administration listen to him.
And I'd like for you maybe offline to give me how I can contact him, because that's what I'm doing right now in my orders from the governor. To check out the H-2 and the visa waiver program. And so the process has been going on now for the last week and a half, almost 2 weeks since that promulgation of that executive order to start networking in the Washington area. And like I said earlier, last week when you interviewed me, or this week, I can't remember anymore, but we're making political connections as well. That's the key into getting to the powers that be that make the determination for a visa waiver or the H-2 for Guam. And my project is to set up a strategy to be able to get that thing done, and the legislature wants to weigh in themselves because they believe they can let the Organic Act on one section allow them to petition the U.S. Congress.
Right.
But that's kind of early, as far as I'm concerned, a little early for me to be able to start using that part of a strategy. We want to have a complete strategy, and everybody, you can't believe how you can meet one guy, maybe that guy Lennox, and suddenly you work with him and you network with him, and a door opens, and it leads to another door, and that's how I've been able to be successful, not only in Washington when I was governor, but in the Philippines as well over the last several months. Some guys that like I mentioned about a Taiwanese guy that plays golf with Trump, and they're very close, and he was here investing, and when I said I was setting up to go to see Trump, he says, take me. He'll see us. I play golf with him. Whenever I go to New York, I play golf with him. Or he.
How well do you know the president of the Ukraine? Maybe we could extend.
No, I'll just ask Biden to take me there. I can't believe what's going on, that's why I'm disassociating myself with the National Democratic Party. They're just off the ledge. Like I said before, they're so far left they fell off the page, man. And
unbelievable.
I cannot. I know that I cannot step on anybody's toes over there because we may need them to be able to push some doors open as well. And hopefully that Mike St. Nicholas can be that person to even how kooky Maxine Waters is, that he sits next to her. He's a vice chairman of that committee.
That's right. He is the vice chair of the committee, and all the other nut jobs are in that committee. So, and he recognizes that he's going to have to find ways to work with him. Getting back to the Lennox article, I thought this was kind of interesting, and I did not read it on the air today, but I think it puts a great bottom line on what it is that he's talking about, and maybe line into another one of those. I don't want to call it a nuclear option in the strategy, but maybe there are ways that maybe we can start winking at that Chinese girl across across the room and see if we can get attention from our current boyfriend. You know, you make this boyfriend jealous by winking at another girl or whatever it is. Simply put, it is an affront to Americans in American Samoa, Guam, the Northern Marianas, and the Virgin Islands that the department best known for national parks and wild horses is responsible for their affairs. Congress is also to blame, as the House of Representatives and Senate both relegate oversight of the territories to all kinds of obscure subcommittees. Not only does the institutionalized benign neglect only cement the second-class status of the territories, it pushes the island republics closer to China. So I say let's start winking at China.
You know, that was well said, of course, and we've been using that argument. I remember standing up during the Constitutional Convention, in fact, and asked the question, why are we under the Department of Interior? They put it under the Antelopes, the buffaloes, and the Endangered Species Department, you know, and so that is correct, and I know that there are ways to get attention, but certainly not to be winking at China at this freaking point. Excuse my language.
That's okay. I say frickin' on the radio all the time. But still, just recognize that there's an opportunity for another date and start making the other one a little bit more ego. You know, we've seen that happen. It's the first time where Trump had all these guys from the freely associated states and FSM in Washington, D.C. It's time that we started doing the same thing and start saying, you know, China's kind of interesting to us. Maybe we swipe right on that one, and then maybe President Trump will start inviting more people from Guam into Washington and asking really what it is that we want.
I remember going to the state dinner with Deng Xiaoping in the White House, and I was the only governor invited by President Clinton at that time. And as I went up to greet them in the receiving line, President Clinton introduced me as this is your closest United States neighbor in Guam. This is America in Asia. So, but there was a method that we were doing to be able to receive the blessings of the United States to allow us more relationship with mainland China. And I found a letter finally after Typhoon Pongsang-Hua. I'm going through some, and I found the September 7, 2001 letter from the Embassy of the United States in Beijing and all the powers that be in the foreign ministry in China to allow us a movement forward for a visa waiver in 3 cities in China coming to Guam using biometrics at that time. And so, unfortunately, 4 days later, 911 hit. I don't know if you remember me saying that in the past, but I finally found those letters, you know. But there's a way to be able to you know, continue our great relationship with Taiwan. We've been relating with them for the last 50 years, and I don't know about stepping over the bounds of just trying to get Chinese here as tourists, but not get involved, you know, the way we are so involved with Taiwan.
Well, we got to be careful though. I mean, because if we don't start getting in front of that, then what happened with the Russians a few weeks ago is going to happen here with the Chinese. You remember we had parole authority on the Russians, and all of a sudden that got yanked. So it's only going to be the ones that can get visas to come out here. Arguably, and somebody will make the case, those are the only ones that we want because those are the only ones that have got the money and the wherewithal to be able to go through the process. But I think we need to be very, very careful to ensure that D.C. and the State Department is aware of our desires for more business with the Chinese in terms of tourism.
Yeah, but right now, you know, the Philippines is not an existential threat to us militarily. No. Maybe a couple overstays, but China may be, and so that's why we're going to go for the low-hanging fruit right now, which is the Philippines, to be able to get that group of tourists to be coming here and allow them to, you know, because they do spend more here. But as far as that, it's problematic to be able to try to do anything else than to try to get a limited visa waiver from China to Guam. You know, but we're going to stay with the Philippines now, stay with the golden egg in Taiwan, and produce better tourists coming out of Taiwan to here and greater numbers because they already have a visa waiver.
Right.
You know, and so it's concentration like that and not spin our wheels right now with the pie in the sky ideals, because it's not going to take us get us any results in the short range.
Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, H2 Czar, on the radio with me this morning in response to a couple of the points that were made by Dennis Lennox. And there's the Czar music playing off in the background for you.
No, listen, I earned being governor twice, and I like to be former governor.
Oh, well, I'll keep calling whatever you want. Uncle Carl's my favorite tag for you. I'll keep that one in the back pocket.
All right, I love that. Thank you, Ray.
Okay, I'll talk to you pretty soon. You take care. Kiss to Auntie Jerry. For all of us, 7:57 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. So I was talking about winking at that pretty Chinese girl, right? Pretty mainland Chinese girl. And the guy says, and it took me a second to understand what it was that he was talking about, typing on Facebook Live. He says, dude, this isn't the Philippines. It's not going to work. This is Guam. It's not the Philippines. And all I'm thinking of is like, late nights over at Cafe Havana. Not necessarily where he was going with this, as much as it was, look, the deal here is you cannot wink at the pretty Chinese girl because your current American girlfriend's still living in the house up at Anderson Air Force Base and over at Big Navy. I think I see what you're trying to say. In the Philippines, that ex-girlfriend's already moved out. She's gone. So it would be easier for them to do something along those lines. Philippine market is very beneficial to Guam. And, yeah, we ought to keep trying to entice as many tourists as possible to get out here. No new word. I don't have anything on AirAsia. We were reporting last week that they'd run into a problem with the civil aviation folks, and I have not heard anything new on that. Maybe a Google search while the news is playing. Fox News Live coming up in just a couple of minutes, looking to see if there's any other interesting comments and other interesting folks that have chimed in on the Facebook Live. Pam Duvall is there. Uncle Robert Underwood is hanging out. Not today, but tomorrow we'll visit with Uncle Robert because tomorrow's No Frowny Face Friday. And then we always try to make some time with Uncle Robert to go over all of the topics of the week and get a kind of a vision on how he is framing those in his heads. What it is that he thinks about them. And yeah, you better believe government corruption at the mayoral level is going to come up. I see Mo Cotton's there. Sherry Iriarte's online. John Wigston is hanging out with me. Charlene Marchachot, Carlos Barreto. There's Sonny Cruz. Carlos, am I sounding good enough to do that audio for you today, or you want me to wait one more day? Bandit on the line. That's Ed Bendito. Monica and Nanette De Vera is there. Commissioner Roy Gamboa. Gus Zasangas. Kelly Rodriguez. Richard Clark. Big Sister Shelley. Paris Mendiola Blas. We'll always have Paris. I see Cousin Tommy's there, and Lady D, and Rick Leone, and Gallo Perez, and plenty more. Just get on line, wave, and say hello. Do me a favor. Hit the share button, too. Phil Schroggy's there. Phil's still driving a Z car, aren't you, buddy? Matt Wise? Nice. I said share, and when we say share, we play share. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. The radio station is KUSG. I got you. This is The Point.
Insisting he did nothing wrong. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. As an impeachment inquiry hangs over his head, President Trump calling for everything that's led to it to be out in the open.
I've informed them, all of the House members, that I fully support transparency on the so-called whistleblower information, even though it was supposedly secondhand information, which is sort of interesting.
And as for the subject of the phone call between him and the leader of Ukraine,
but also insist on transparency from Joe Biden and his son Hunter on the millions of dollars that have been quickly and easily taken out of Ukraine and China. Millions of dollars, millions and millions of dollars taken out very rapidly.
Biden has denied any wrongdoing related to his son's dealings in Ukraine while he was vice president. Earlier today, House Intelligence Committee Chair Adam Schiff reacted to the release of the transcript of the call.
What those notes reflect is a classic mafia-like shakedown of a foreign leader.
And he wants to hear from the whistleblower directly.
That complaint needs to be provided to our committee. It needs to be provided in its entirety. That whistleblower needs to be given instructions about how to come to our committee, and that whistleblower needs to be given the complete freedom to report any allegations of wrongdoing that have come to that whistleblower's attention.
The whistleblower's complaint now on Capitol Hill.
It is inside what is known as a SCIF here on Capitol Hill, a sensitive, compartmented information facility. And so you have members of the House and Senate Intelligence Committees going in to get a look at this document, the whistleblower complaint, to break it down a bit for themselves. But when they've been coming out, they have said absolutely, positively nothing.
Fox's Mike Emanuel of the Capitol. Wall Street, the Dow gained 162. The NASDAQ added 83. America is listening to Fox News.
Chili's Grill and Bar is now open at the second floor of the Two Sands Plaza.
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Come and see what the buzz is all about. Grab your friends and savor their sizzling fajitas, big mouth burgers, and fall off the bone smoked ribs while sipping on their world-famous Presidente margaritas. Treat yourself to an elevated experience at Chili's and feel why they're like no place else. Now open on the second floor of Two Sands Plaza. Together, we Chili's.
Rain. It's nature's way of cleansing the earth. Yet by the time that rainwater makes its way to your home, it may not be exactly the same as nature created it. A Connecticut water treatment system can improve the quality of the water you and your family drink and use throughout your home, so you can be sure your water is clear, clean, and fresh, just as nature intended it to be. Connecticut, for refreshing ideas on water.
American Water Tech, a passion for improving lives through better water.
Presidential candidate Bernie Sanders joined a picket line in Michigan where thousands of United Auto Workers members are striking against General Motors.
Bernie Sanders raising a UAW strike sign outside a GM assembly plant in Hamtramck.
I'm here today to thank you for having the courage to stand up to corporate greed.
Throwing support behind the almost 50,000 UAW workers, striking GM in part over pay, profit shares, and health care. Though it should be noted that under Sanders' Medicare for All proposal, GM workers would likely lose their employer-sponsored insurance. So far, the strike has shut down plants across the country, closed part suppliers, and cost GM around $1 billion. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
California's filed a lawsuit over the Trump administration's rollback of the Endangered Species Act.
California Attorney General Javier Becerra says 17 other attorneys general have joined his lawsuit against the Trump administration over changes to the Endangered Species Act.
The administration's rules throw science and data out the window by injecting economic considerations into what should be a science-driven decision.
The rollbacks eliminate protections for threatened species and restrict how agencies listing threatened or endangered species communicate with each other. The Interior Department says the new rules modernize the act and are meant to increase transparency and effectiveness. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Amazon announcing actor Samuel L. Jackson and other celebrities will voice speech for Alexa, and the voice aid will also be built into a new wearable line of earbuds, eyeglasses, and a ring. The company also announcing a new range of voice-controlled speakers, a multilingual mode for Alexa, and an additional privacy feature for deleting voice recordings. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
GRMC's Neuroscience and Neurology Department treats a wide spectrum of disorders associated with the nervous system, spine, and brain. Some of the more common disorders include seizures, epilepsy, dementia, sleep disorders, migraine, and stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC's neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and the finest neurological doctors. To make an appointment, contact GRMC Specialty Clinics at 645-5500.
Want to grow your business? Start a new venture? Or stay ahead of the competition? You can. With Docomo Pacific Smart Business Solutions tailored to your specific needs and ambitions, you can do it all. Partner with a network with best-in-class network coverage, state-of-the-art communication platforms, and a team dedicated to providing you with premium support. Call 688-2677 to start your journey to success today. Docomo Pacific Business, delivering your future today.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 8 a.m. this Thursday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. The front right bumper of a school bus was clipped by another vehicle this morning on the San Ramon Hill at Chalankirin-Hickey, the road leading up to Sinahanya. It happened about 7:30 this morning. Students from Jose Rios Middle School were on board the bus at the time of the accident. No injuries have been reported, according to Guam DOE spokeswoman Isa Baza. She says the incident was reported to Guam police. A school administrator is at the scene assessing the accident, she said. Traffic was diverted for about a half hour, but Guam Police spokesman Sergeant Paul Tapao just now announcing that the San Ramon Hill Road is now open. Still, motorists are advised to proceed with caution because first responders are still on the scene. In other news, Department of Corrections Deputy Director Joey Terlahi has resigned in the wake of Jonia Mayor Jesse Mendiola's indictment on extortion and bribery charges. Terlahi resigned after his name was mentioned during Mayor Blas's initial appearance in district court on Tuesday. Mayor Blas has been indicted on allegations that he extorted bribes from drug dealers in order to allow them to use some of the cluster mailboxes under his control in front of the Jonia Mayor's office. He has pleaded not guilty to that and other charges. An FBI agent who testified during the Tuesday hearing said a female detainee told investigators that there were several groups involved in alleged dealings with Mayor Blas, including Terlahi and certain marshals at the judiciary. Court spokesman Sean Gumatautau told the Guam Daily Post that the judiciary has no knowledge of any facts that would support the allegations alluded to in Tuesday's court hearing. And Terlahi has not yet been charged in the case. He has not responded to requests for comment. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero issuing a statement yesterday saying that she has accepted Terlahi's resignation from DOC. She said, "Our law enforcement agencies must be free of anything that may distract from their mission." She appointed Guam Police Captain Joe Carbolito to temporarily serve as acting director at DOC while Director Samantha Brennan is off island. DOC Warden Alan Borja telling the Guam Daily Post that he was surprised at the change of leadership at the prison, saying, "We thought the selection would be in-house, but we respect the decision of the governor." Joey Terlahi is the son of Senator Jose Pito Terlahi, who issued a statement yesterday saying that he has no knowledge of any investigation into his son. "Will let the judicial process work its course," said Senator Terlahi. Senator Pito Terlahi was previously the mayor of Jonia. Mayor Blas was his administrative assistant. In related news, a federal indictment against Mayor Blas seeks the forfeiture of assets purchased with drug money. The indictment against the mayor accuses him of extorting thousands of dollars from drug dealers in exchange for allowing them to use the mailboxes in front of his office. However, in the financial disclosures that the mayor filed with the Guam Election Commission for 2017 and 2018, Mayor Blas reported having a zero balance in a savings account and no cash on hand, despite his $75,000 mayoral salary. And when he ran for mayor in 2016, he reported having just $30 in savings. The only other item in his financial disclosure is a 2005 Nissan Frontier valued at $2,500. We'll have more news after this.
IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Why am I running? Because IHOP now has buttermilk crispy chicken made with all-natural chicken breast and a signature blend of seasonings. Whoa! We're talking chicken sandwiches, chicken and waffles, even chicken and pancakes. But move it, Gray Van! IHOP has crispy chicken!
Run in to try IHOP's new buttermilk crispy chicken strips and pancakes for just $6.99. For a limited time, price and participating restaurants may vary.
Hulu is all your TV in one place, plus more. Watch thousands of hit shows, movies, and award-winning Hulu originals for only $5.99 per month. It's TV without the cable contract and the freedom of on-demand streaming. Get current network shows from ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox, and binge-watch every season of your favorite cable shows. Premium Hulu viewing is brought to you by Proline Automotive and AB Sports, Guam's store for Nike. To advertise on Hulu, call Choice Digital at 989-0042.
11 minutes past 8 a.m. here at The Point. The director of the Department of Administration has declined to comment on the protests filed by two local health insurance companies over the $108 million group health insurance contract awarded to Aetna International. DOA Director Edward Byrne, who chairs GovGuam's Health Insurance Negotiating Committee, said the protests are under review by the Attorney General's office. Take Care Insurance filed a protest last Friday seeking revocation of the contract, arguing the lawsuit it filed in August should have led to a suspension of negotiations with Aetna. Then on Monday, Calvo's Select Care filed a different protest, accusing the GovGuam Health Insurance Negotiating Committee of failing to apply the local preference policy as required by Guam procurement law. However, Burns said his office has not received any court order suspending the procurement process, and open enrollment for the Aetna plans, which began on Monday, is continuing as scheduled, he said. Open enrollment runs through October 12th. No new dengue cases have been reported since Saturday, according to a release yesterday from the government's Joint Information Center. Test results on 10 people who were recently tested for suspected cases of dengue came back negative, according to that statement from the Information Center. The release states that public health is continuing to receive reports of possible dengue infection on a nearly daily basis, and they are continuing their efforts to stem the outbreak. Along with the Department of Public Works and the Mayor's Council and others, their efforts continue with the removal of debris to reduce mosquito breeding sites and the spraying of insecticides. In all, 10 people have confirmed cases of dengue, 7 acquired locally, and 3 cases contracted off-island. That's remained unchanged since Saturday. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with a look at our weather.
I've been playing around with this forecast all morning long. Mostly cloudy skies. Scattered showers are expected over the island today with some isolated thunderstorms. Winds out of the northeast early, then shifting easterly this afternoon. By tonight, they'll be coming from the southeast. Mike's got a long explanation on that in a couple of minutes. Highs around 86 degrees and overnight lows are going to be about 77 degrees. Sunset tonight, about 6:14. Sunrise tomorrow morning should be about 10 after 6 o'clock a.m. time. 8:13 now. We'll take a look at that satellite imagery. The weather radar imagery from Michael Knight and the Points Weather Center. Give you an idea of what's happening out there and why we're going to be seeing shifts in the direction of the wind today.
Yeah, well, you've got a counterclockwise circulation around a low-pressure area, and as it passes to our south, that puts us on the north side of it. So that gives us easterly winds to start. Winds are already northeast to start, then east winds shifting as it passes due south of us. Then when it gets to the southwest, the winds will come up from the southeast because of the counterclockwise rotation. Yeah. Looking at the radar here, I find it very interesting. It looks like that this thing is still an elongated trough because we have what appears to be a bit of a circulation down just to the south of us, and then another one that's off to the east. So imagine stringing those two together with that dotted line you see on the weather maps sometimes, and you've got a general counterclockwise circulation around these two. It depends on which one of these circulation centers or ends of this trough will take over. Generally speaking, it will be the northern one because the Coriolis effect actually has more effect in northern latitudes. We'll see how that goes. Looks like some pretty big showers and thunderstorms building up off to the east, and if that is where it forms and actually starts to consolidate, then we could be seeing quite a bit more rainfall later on today than we've expected. For right now, we're calling for scattered showers and thunderstorms. Some of those have already moved through this morning. Some more building up off to the northeast, so we can expect that as we go on through the day and tonight and even into tomorrow to some degree. If we look at the satellite here, it looks like the blobage is actually kind of bit far south of us, but that's all part of the mystery of looking through a bunch of layers of clouds. You can't actually see where the center is, but we do see rotation in the clouds there, and we do know that 91W is down there. That's the name of the system right now. It is not going to affect us any more than what we're calling for right now, and it's expected to go ahead and move on up through the Western Pacific and slowly strengthen as it passes east of Okinawa and up into Japan sometime early next week.
It's 8:16. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Looking to relocate your business? Prime space is available at the Camacho Landmark Center at the intersection of Marine Corps Drive and Chalon San Antonio, next to Personal Finance Center. Located in central Tamuning, close to the airport, hotels, major shopping, restaurants, financial institutions, the hospital, clinics, schools, and GovGuam and federal agencies. Your business can experience the benefits of this first-class commercial facility. Join other successful Guam businesses who have moved to this modern, multi-purpose commercial center. Call Carlos Camacho, 300-7744 for more information.
I see that. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by just an incredible group of people. I'm proud to call my friends. Charlie and the guys over at American President Lines Global Home with a local feel. Rose and Greg and the guys over at Take Care really put together a fantastic plan for you. Health and wellness and fitness programs to encourage you and your family to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle. Preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing, flu shots, unwinding, and being socially active. That's what they're all about. The guys over at Take Care. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by Subway. and the guys over at Subway celebrating 30 years. That we've been friends that long. I've been eating at Subway since they opened up the first place in Jigo 30 years ago, and they've opened up another one. Isn't that nice? Subway offering a buy one, get one free event every Saturday. So this Saturday, head to Mobile, Jigo North, Barragata Subway, and the Agate Subway, and go help them celebrate 30 years of making it what you want. Finally, being brought to you by, who'd I miss? There we go, Ron and Kim over at Security Title. These guys know what they're doing when it comes to real estate. So even if you don't, they ought to be your first phone call. That are people bringing you the Ray Gibson Show.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Okay, so it's Thursday before the weekend, and there's no sports.
No,
there's nothing going on.
Nothing.
We didn't already talk about 5K coming up this weekend. Two of it. One of the Varro, not Barrel. Varro 2K 5K. It's going to be Hilton Resort and Spa. Showtime 5:30. Go time at 6 o'clock, and then I think after that they're having a duck race.
Duck race.
Run, Forrest, run!
Duck race
For
yes.
ducks?
It's a fundraiser.
How do you race like a duck?
They give you a little duck, and then the duck has to place the duck out there.
Okay,
So like a little rubber ducky.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know if it was like how the crab walk is something that people do, but they race like that,
like Naruto running,
or like potato sack racing. I didn't know if the duck race was something like.
I was thinking that you would run and people would swing at you with sticks, so you got a duck.
That's the way I'd do it. That's the way I'd do it. The 10th annual Set the Butt But 2K 5K going to be taking place Saturday as well. So here's the deal. What you want to do is you want to find out which one of these races Ryan Matienzo is going to, and then go to the other one.
Go to the other one.
Right? Derek Mandel is going to be running in one race. Go run in the other one.
The one you can win.
So here's the problem is they don't advertise that kind of thing. I talk to those guys all the time. So which race are you going to be in? They're like, just kind of roll their eyes. Forget it, Gib. Anyway, so showtime is going to be at 5:30 at Santa Barbara Catholic School up in Dededo. Go time at 6 o'clock. Now, last year it rained a little bit. Last year it rained a lot. Come to think of it, we finally got. It was dark and it was rainy, but we still got everything started because it's Catholic school and Jesus said we're running today. 8:19. You got anything? And so we, even more so, we've got an interesting piece of video that you shared. So I think we can play the audio on this, right?
Okay. Yeah. It's very clean and very quick.
All right, and so we'll play it, set it up, and then we'll play it again. Here it comes.
Skip the flank right stack, 32 Sam, alert X foot. Oh, spicy nuggets are back. I might have to stop on the way home.
Spicy nuggets are back at Wendy's. Now, tell me a little bit about this. Where'd that clip come from?
So that clip came from, sometimes, if anybody has a job out there that maybe gets mundane, you get a little bored, so your mind starts to wander. You ever been bored at your job, or maybe something's going in such good order that you just have time to think of other things?
It's not so much boredom. It's just that there's so much going on around here, and I'm so easily distracted.
Right.
So, yeah, it's one of those things.
So
where
that's soon going to appear in a Wendy's commercial.
It's going to have to, because that's real. That's actually courtesy of @NFL Films on Twitter. But while actually calling a play for the offense,
here it comes.
It was. Go ahead.
Skip the flank right stack, 32 Sam, alert X foot. Oh, spicy nuggets are back. I might have to stop on the way home.
So the Cowboys were beating the Dolphins so badly.
Not really focused on the game.
No, I think it was about 28-3 at that point when the Cowboys were calling yet another play on offense for Tony Pollard, which is number 20, the running back right there. And before he broke the huddle, he just remembered, oh yeah, spicy chicken nuggets are back at Wendy's. I'm going to have to stop on the way home.
How about that? Just every once in a while, wherever you can, just sneak something in.
Which is funny because I don't know what's funnier, is the fact that he just did that in the huddle, or if he actually on the way home, if you're working at the Wendy's drive-thru and Dak Prescott, the Wayne quarterback, drives through, is like, yeah, can I get a order of spicy nuggets? Like, aren't you Dak?
8:21. You know what I was doing? I was on Hulu yesterday.
What were you watching?
Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
Season 3, all 3 seasons are on
Okay.
on Hulu now on Rick and Morty. So I was binge watching on that for most of the day yesterday, and I just forgot how great a program that
So
was.
good.
Especially the one, and I thought I want to say it's the Rick Shank Redemption, where they're trying to get into his head, and they put him into this dream simulation gizmo, and then he says, "Well, what the heck? While I'm here, let's go by the drive-thru at McDonald's and get some nuggets with Szechuan sauce." It's a running gag on the show, and it's a running gag amongst the people that watch the show. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, hit Hulu, right? It's available on Guam, and check it out. Season 4 is supposed to be coming out in November.
Ooh, like for the viewing, brand new, or is it coming to Hulu?
No, I haven't seen season 4 yet.
Okay, so it's coming out.
It's coming out. Yeah,
Cool,
Adult
cool.
Swim is going to be doing the
So
whole
that means
thing.
it'll with each week, just like Survivor's coming out. And so
Maybe they will put the new episode
per
on
week.
Hulu.
Not as a whole season, but per week they'll put an episode up, I guess.
I don't know. You never know. Unfortunately, one of the producers of the show died the other day.
Oh,
Natural
really?
causes. Yeah, I forget his name. 51 years old, something like that. Anyway, so that was one of the big things that occupied me yesterday when I was otherwise resting, because everybody told me that I'm never going to get out from under this cold unless I rest.
Have to.
So
Fluids, sleep, and rest. That's what they say.
I super dry, and I had somebody come by and bring me some gourmet chicken noodle soup.
Ooh, gourmet. What made it gourmet? There was grass-fed chicken?
Local spices.
Okay.
Local spices. Sage. I want to say there was sage in there. No, rosemary and thyme, but locally grown rosemary and thyme.
So it's almost even artisanal.
I think so.
Artisanal
I think so.
chicken noodle soup.
It was like I was eating at a restaurant. It was nice. It was very nice, I must say. 8:23 in the morning, and my daughter's not playing tonight. I think tomorrow she's going to be down at Southern.
Yeah, let's see here. I got 18 tabs opened up per usual. But yeah, Academy's going to take on, Sanchez. This is for September 27th, tomorrow night. So Sanchez, so you got to drive up north, yeah.
Okay.
Don't drive down south. You'll be at the wrong gym. And your daughter will, looks like they will kick things off with JV at 5:30 up at Sanchez against Academy. Teedson, meanwhile, will take on the champs at St. Paul. No, excuse me, not St. Paul. They will take on St. Paul at St. Paul. ND, the champs, will take on St. John up here in Upper Tumon at the St. John Gymnasium. JFK will see action up north against the Ukadu Lady Bulldogs. Guam Adventist Academy, just real quick, let me shoehorn this in. Big day for those ladies this week because they got their second win of the season, which may not sound that great, but this is coming from a squad of 12 athletes with a school of roughly about 100 students in total.
Yeah.
So they got a big win over Guam High yesterday in 3 straight sets. So they will look to continue that and try to get 3. They'll take on the Harvest Eagles. GW against Guam High. They'll look to bounce back. That game at Guam High tomorrow night. And Southern, if you go there, the gym will be dark because they have the bye. So you'll be at Sanchez.
Right.
Yeah,
So
so there you go.
north, not south. North, not south. Okay, I think I'll keep that in my head. 8:24 in the morning, and barring that, since we started with the conversation about cool things that are happening between football and fast food, this came in from what do you got, Mike?
I was just going to remind us that today's a really good day to do your pick'ems because I believe there's a game tomorrow. I'm not sure.
This time tomorrow morning will be about an hour away.
Yeah, so get those pick'ems in now. And whoever player Tao is, I've sent the email to the email that was listed in your player profile, but I've received no response. We need Tao to get a hold of us so we can find out how to get you your week 2.
Well, I'll make a management call here. Is you've got more important things to do. The Chase winners out there. So if you've already sent them a couple of emails, we've already mentioned their name a couple of times on the radio. After a couple of weeks, I'm just going to recycle the prize. So who was last week's winner? This Mingo. Right?
Yeah, Mingo won.
Mingo Merciless has won twice.
Yeah, he won week 1 and week 3.
All right, so Mingo, here's the deal. You'll make contact with the radio station in the next couple of weeks. I'm going to take this car wash kit that we got from Napa and give it to somebody else. Yeah. So and there we go. We'll exercise some management authority over the deal. It's the easiest game to play. We want to make you winners, and we got great prizes to give you. Now, speaking of we started talking about fast food, and I don't know if you have seen this, but they've got something new over at KFC. I think they've tested this out in a couple of markets.
I don't even want to turn around. I knew you were going to have that up there. You got me. I knew it. I knew the story before you said it.
It's a piece of chicken in between 2 donuts.
This is as ridiculous as like the older millennials trying to distance themselves from younger millennials. Like that's how ridiculous
that's what
it
is.
Yeah, I got into an argument on Facebook where older millennials have now made a subgenus of generations just to distance themselves from millennials, to which I commented, that's such a millennial thing to do, to distance yourself and make something up.
From even inside your own group.
Just to exclude yourself.
But I got to tell you, I'm at the very cusp of the baby boomers, whatever gen came after that.
Yeah, you and I are about the same age, right? I'm a Brady boomer.
And there's a big difference between us and the first baby boomers who were born in 1945.
No, and that's exactly... we changed gears so much here, but that's exactly the same thing. Just because, and I get it, the stigma of the millennials born in the 90s and all these
boomers just annoy the hell out of me.
And the millennials stigma, the younger millennial stigma, I get it. The older millennials don't want it, but you can't just make up the rules as you go. I get it. You don't like it. I get it. But it's like if you get drafted by the Browns, you got to play for the Browns. You know what I mean? Sorry.
All right, I see that. So that's what you think this is. This is the younger millennial voices crying out.
Oh no, I think this is just idiocracy and just tricked up this day and age.
Okay, so and that's fine. It's fine that you have that opinion. However, every market where they've sold this in, everywhere they've tested it, it is sold out. They can't get it. I mean, it's not just younger millennials that are buying it either. There's all kinds of people going and saying, "Wait a second, this is fried chicken. We got fried dough that turns into donuts, and it's not." And Mike points this out. That's not just a regular donut. That's not just fried bread. That's a glazed donut.
2 of them.
Yeah. One on the top and one on the bottom and a chicken in the middle.
See, that's a little weird. Could we not have just sliced one in half like a bagel and then made it like that? No, we have to have a whole donut. Same thing with, remember when KFC had a whole piece of chicken for the top bun and a whole piece of chicken for the middle bun, and then the middle was also a piece of chicken made out of bacon?
It was so good. That was a good taste.
I mean...
All right, so a buddy of mine said, yeah, that's good, but it is as good as it is, it still isn't going to beat what is the local favorite around here, which is just to tease us with a piece of Spam in between us. And I'm looking at that going, yeah, that's about right. That will work for me, too. I just something savory in between something that's, I don't know.
And I come from the city, not just the state, but I come from the city that invented fried Oreos and fried Twinkies. And even I look at this and just kind of shake my head and just say, some things you just, because you can, doesn't mean you should.
I hear what you're saying. It's just it's the good stuff that is out there. That's the local version of it, and then of course we've got the one from.
And give me that
States.
one, by the way. Give me the local version over the cake.
Oh, absolutely.
Teases and Spam over donuts and fried chicken.
I told you we got one of those air fryers, right? Once upon a time, got an air fryer, and I'm thinking about getting another one, but I haven't found the one I like. The one I like is the one that my brother got, and the one that my brother has is like you can put whole chickens in it. I mean, just a lot of room in there.
Does it look like a Keurig, where it's almost like self-contained, like you kind of like
you can see through it?
Okay.
Is the number one thing is you can see through my brother's, and it's got it's expandable up, and I want to say it's expandable out as well. So you can have layers of food that's air frying at the same time. But I remember getting one of these air fryers, like, I don't know, $100 or something like that, and then used it almost exclusively for taking Spam and frying that.
Really?
Yeah. Yes,
I use
fried Spam in the air fryer, or if you got the time and you've got the technique, then maybe you can also do some fried chicken wings.
Lechon kawali.
What lechon? What? Oh, really?
Fried pork belly. The fried pork belly.
If you can find, I don't want a fried pork belly because you know what? Because there's other things I want to be able to do with this. I like it barbecued, I like it broiled, and then I want to learn how to do it the way the Chinese do it, which is boiling and then frying and then boiling again and then
making it almost like that skin that looks like it would be rubbery, but it's not. It's really good.
Yeah. And so
that Peking duck skin.
So I'm thinking I can either go through the time, trouble, and expense of that, or just go to Poke Fry and get the pig bowl.
They'll do that for you there,
8:30 in the morning. That's all the time we've got to pretend to talk about sports with Blake Watson. He's going to go finish the morning show over on Star 101. Coming up, we'll spend some time talking with one of my favorite tourism experts, Bart Jackson. Tell me what the ramifications are with a little bit more dengue in the headlines on Guam. But an even bigger headline, and probably picked up more widely than that, and if my research on the internet is anywhere close to true, it is a story on the front page of the Guam Daily Post. Has nothing to do with Jose Turlay, has nothing to do with Mayor Blas. Same-sex couple from Japan marries on Guam, and that story has gone global. More on that in a couple of minutes. That's Blake Watson. Kevin Kerrigan's got news from the Guam Daily Post coming up after these.
Are you ready for some football? The Ray Gibson Show has got your NFL fix every Friday on Sports with Blake. Get the latest updates as Blake and Mike break down the upcoming action. Get your game on with the boys on the hotline, 888-TALK, or sound off on Facebook Live at thepoint.gu. League members get a chance to win some awesome prizes that get you through the NFL season. The NFL Picks on The Ray Gibson Show is brought to you by Current Guam with special thanks to GTA.
Yeah, tomorrow, lots of football yak in the deal because, as Mike points out, we got a game not late tomorrow. Well, I think it's late for us. I mean, tomorrow by 10 o'clock, it will be late for us. We've got the first of a series of games that are going to be played over the weekend. Still time for you to join the football pick'ems. You can get details on that at thepoint.gu. It's 8:32 in the morning, though, and time to find out what's happening on Guam. You just woke up. Here's all the big stories from the Guam Daily Post, read by Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning. Governor Leon Guerrero has written to Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell asking him to support passage of a continuing resolution that will extend Medicaid reimbursement funding to Guam beyond Monday. The expiration date is fast approaching, wrote the governor in her letter to McConnell. I look forward to continued dialogue to ensure the long-term viability of the Medicaid program on our island, she wrote. In June, Congress passed and President Trump signed into law a disaster aid bill which temporarily raised the Medicaid subsidy for Guam from 55% to 100%. However, if the Senate doesn't pass the continuing resolution this week, that subsidy reverts back to 55% next Tuesday. That'll force Guam to again come up with a 45% match, but there isn't enough money allocated in the 2020 budget law to cover that. In addition, even if Congress does pass the continuing resolution this week, that 100% federal match will only be extended until November 21st. In her letter to Senate Leader McConnell, the governor asked for a more permanent solution. No new dengue cases have been reported since Saturday, according to a release from the government's Joint Information Center. Test results on 10 people who were recently tested for suspected exposure to the disease came back negative, according to a release from the JIC yesterday. The release states that public health continues to receive reports of possible dengue cases on a near daily basis, and officials are continuing their efforts to stem the outbreak of the disease. Along with the Department of Public Works, the Mayor's Council, and others, cleanup efforts continue with the removal of debris to reduce mosquito breeding sites, as well as the spraying of insecticide. In all, 10 people have confirmed cases as of dengue. 7 were acquired locally. 3 cases contracted off-island. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has cautioned travelers coming to Guam that with the island's dengue outbreak, they should avoid getting bitten by mosquitoes. The firearm found in a public restroom at the Guam International Airport on Tuesday belongs to a Guam customs officer. According to a release from the agency, the officer was on duty and assigned to the area in which the firearm was found. The officer has since been placed on administrative duties pending completion of an internal investigation. Customs officer was not named in the release. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Of course the officer wasn't named. It would be a miracle at this point if anybody dropped a name or said anything about charges or any of that stuff.
We're going to find out sooner or later.
Exactly. The entire government of Guam is clammed up here. For those of you that always wanted to know what the name of the bus driver was that dropped those kids off in the wrong spot, that is also out there. It's been revealed that she has been terminated, but that didn't necessarily come out of a story that they wanted to let out over at the Department of Public Works. That came from a whole other story involving, and this is a weird kind of convoluted story about Linda Uggan and the charges that she has made against an attorney general that GFT is getting in the middle of and saying, oh yeah, because Donna was mean to this lady too. It's a weird kind of story. Read up on it on page 5 of the Guam Daily Post, and maybe we'll spend a couple of minutes talking about that. Now, there is one other story before I before I get into the iConnect time, and it's something that Blake Watson shared with us just a few minutes ago. You can find it at Vice.com. A German court has made a ruling that being hungover is a legitimate illness. Now, I haven't read the entire story, but it's worth pointing out that the legislature is going to be in session next week. We just put that out there and leave it there. 8:36 in the morning is iConnect time. Their number is 888-8888. Call them up and ask them about their special plan that they've got. It's a great promo for your tax refund. A lot of tax refund money floating around. Get yourself a year's worth of iConnect service. They'll give you a free month. They'll give you a free phone. T's and C's, terms and conditions apply. 888-8888.
Hey, do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime, which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
I see that. 8:37 in the morning. The Ray Gibson Show brought to you by the guys over at Mescla. You know, we're nuts about fried chicken. Are you taking advantage of an opportunity to talk about fried chicken every time it comes up? And at Mescla for the month of September, just a little bit of time left, one of their specials is an actual southern spicy fried chicken that they've got. It's a Louisiana-inspired fried half chicken. They serve that with red beans and rice. Find that in Agunya and in Tumont, the Grand Plaza Hotel. I suggest that you make reservations. The number is 969-2652.
Half a day. Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. I'm Jade Uggan of Umatic, and this is where I start my day. Listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Protehi itanonmu. Protect your land. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
What's going on in the traffic side? Let me see here. I got Marine Corps Drive traffic. This is affecting southbound, headed a little bit just after you get by the North Gate area. Expect some slowing down there. Not entirely sure what's going on. Looks like maybe somebody might be stuck at that turnout. You'll also see traffic up and down route Talon San Antonio in Tamuning. Not so much on Hospital Road. Let me zoom out a little bit and see if there's other traffic you need to know about. Getting into the downtown Agunya area, no major problems here other than construction. Route 1 at Sumai is running a little bit busy this morning, as is the front part of Navy Hospital. Anything else up in Dededo is just intersection traffic. Don't see anything slowing you down as you get into Anderson Air Force Base and in between 10 and 15 right now. So it looks like things have cleared up rather nicely. 20 away from 9. That's right now traffic here on The Point.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird. The bird, bird, bird.
Circle K has a 3-pound rotisserie chicken, now available for the introductory price of $9.99. It's the biggest, tastiest, and most affordable rotisserie chicken of its kind on island. Save even more by getting a family meal with 2 sides and a bottle of wine for only $25.99. The Circle K rotisserie chicken. Get yours today. Circle K. Take it easy.
I got to get to this story because I think this has serious implications. Oktoberfest is coming up, and according to folks, the unidentified plaintiffs in a case that claimed that a company that sold anti-hangover shots and drink powders had made illegal health claims about their abilities to lessen the feeling of everything hurts, I want to die that sometimes can follow a night out. The judges who heard the argument in a Frankfurt court ruled that food product cannot ascribe any properties for preventing, treating, or healing a human illness or give the impression of such a property. So you parse these words, the healing of human illness. The judges then went on to define a human illness as even small or temporary disruptions to the normal state or normal activity of the body, and said those disruptions included the common symptoms, headache, nausea, fatigue of the average hangover. The company in question said that its products could help with all of these symptoms. So there's a slightly unethical but legitimate justification for calling in sick if you find yourself all hungover from partying the night before. If saying that you have an illness seems to be disingenuous, you can say that you've got all kinds of other stuff. But basically, the court is saying, referring to hangover as an illness because it meets certain qualifications of illnesses. Nausea and headaches and tingling and, oh my God, I can't get out of bed. Just the same as a flu or a really bad head cold could make you feel. The fact that it is a self-inflicted head wound apparently doesn't rise to that degree of conversation in the court in Frankfurt. So in this case, I suggest that we take a nod from our friends in Germany and start to refer to hangovers as an illness. As an illness. That's right. 8:42 in the morning. My very close friend and personal friend, Bart Jackson's on the line. Good morning, Bart. How you doing?
Half a day, Ray. I'm doing great. Thank you very much.
Are you in town? This sounds like an off-island call.
No, actually, I'm in Saipan. I'm in Saipan.
What are you doing up there? Anything fun?
In Saipan.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm working on a project. Not for fun.
No, okay, not for fun. Well, one of these days, bounce me something on the private side and let me know what that project is, because generally your projects lead to fun for somebody.
Yes, that could be true. That wouldn't be unfair to say that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, this, like I said, we'll maybe it's something to explore down the road. Couple of things, and up in Saipan, they've taken notice of the fact that there is dengue on Guam, and have issued a couple of warnings out there for people that might be traveling between Saipan and Guam.
Yeah. I've run into some folks up here who either limited or changed and postponed their visits to Guam, but at the same time, all of the flights from Saipan back to Guam are completely full.
Of course.
Even if they wanted to go, they couldn't get there. So, I've been talking to a lot of folks about dengue. And I do want to say first, I'm not a member of the Visitors Bureau Board of Directors any longer. And so my comments are my thoughts.
That's fine.
Not official comments. But, I think the most encouraging news we've had is that there have not been any new cases since Saturday, I guess, right? So here it is already Thursday. Those cases seem to have been isolated. Of the 10, 7 were contracted in Guam.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think we saw right away, the administration move very quickly and the Visitors Bureau move very quickly with public service announcements to inform people what the challenge is and what to do about it. And I can't speak for anyone else, but I know that certainly at the Santa Fe and all of the businesses I'm involved in and the schools that my kids go to, that they've been very proactive in reducing or trying to eliminate all of those areas where mosquitoes breed.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they've done extra spraying and fogging to prevent mosquitoes. I recalled when I was running PIC Guam, we used to fog almost every day at the end of the day, because the dinner show, as part of the dinner show is the lagoon.
Yeah,
and the lagoon is ripe for mosquito breeding, and so we would fog every day in an effort to keep the mosquito population in check. And I think we did a pretty good job. And so that technology is not so new, and it seems quite effective. And we also know how dengue spreads, right? So it's very different from, I've been in Guam a very long time. It's different from SARS. It's different from swine flu.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Bird flu. It's different from H1N1. So there's not the same kind of contagious nature. And so, I don't know that I don't know that it's had any impact on our arrivals whatsoever. I don't see it. If it is, I can't see it. It's not extreme. I'm not hearing that there's a lot of buzz up in our source markets about it. Dengue fever is not It's not like a H1N1, which was a new disease, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. So the point, you're not going to get it because I'm breathing on you, or we're sitting next to each other in the restaurant.
And it's not new, right? It's not new. It exists in the Philippines. It exists in the islands of Micronesia. It's something that people catch. I learned yesterday, as I was reading an article about it, that 75% of the people who are infected don't have any of the symptoms, and I think it never develops to a dangerous point. So, is it serious? Absolutely. And are we taking it seriously? I think that, to me, the administration and the Visitors Bureau and the people involved in public health are taking it very seriously, appropriately so. But it looks like things seem to be moving in the right direction relative to controlling the spread.
Yeah, you and I are kind of on the same page on this. I'm delighted to hear that there are no new cases being reported right now, and that all of the interdiction that has taken place in the last couple of weeks seems to have to be holding it down. It's everything being equal. There's always the possibility that somebody could get sick, or somebody that had an incubating case might actually be declared a victim of it. But for all intents and purposes, I think people are taking the correct, adequate steps. Incidentally, while you're up in Saipan, if you see any of those mosquito sprays off or bracelets that you can wear, please buy as many as you can and bring them down.
Right. Wow. I mean, it's shocking that I'm reading in the PDN that basically the island is sold out.
Just about. There's a couple of places every once in a while that will roll up in my WhatsApps, and somebody will say, "Oh, I heard they have this there. I heard they have that there." So, like I said, buy as much of whatever you can as you can, and sell that in the front door of the Santa Fe Hotel.
Right on.
That'll work. Hey, now there's one other thing that I think is very interesting, and it's not not my cup of tea, but for some people I recognize it's a big deal for them, is being able to get married to the same person, the same gender as you are. We've been doing that here on Guam for a bunch of years, and now if you've seen the front page of today's Guam Daily Post, a couple from Japan have been married here on Guam, and I'm just delighted with that, because I think that we can use that to drive a secondary kind of rainbow marriage market on Guam. Now, you're in the game here. What do you think of this?
I think it's great. I really think it's great. And, if you remember, my last term at the Visitors Bureau, I was appointed by Speaker B.J. Cruz. And one of the things we spoke about, while he was still obviously in the legislature, one of the things that he wanted me to continue to push for in the context of being a board member was, gay travelers, and same-sex marriage is one segment of that enormous travel market, an enormous market with enormous disposable income, and our surrounding destinations, our competition, aren't able to do that, and so. I think it's a great development. I'm so happy to see that. It's not really new, but it's getting a lot of press now, and that's very positive.
It's getting a bunch of press. It is getting a bunch of press. If you take a look at you Google Guam same-sex marriage, you will see obviously local coverage of it, but you will see more coverage from off-island media here, and as you point out, off-island media that are in our source markets where they take a different approach to homosexuality and same-sex marriages.
Yeah, in here in the CNMI, they've been talking about those kinds of marriages from China. Of course, the CNMI has the benefit of the parole authority for Chinese visitors, and everywhere there are same-sex marriages from China, just an enormous number, and so that's also a growth market. But in Guam, as the typical wedding market begins to show some wear and tear, this is a great way to get it propped back up and get it moving. And Guam has always been at the forefront of the wedding markets in every way. And so this is just one additional step forward as a leader in this industry. And I think that it's great to see that we're able to take advantage of it. There are certainly enough chapels in Guam.
Well, how do we? What are the next steps to take now that we've gotten this? We've got a brave couple coming out here, and they're going to take their Guam marriage licenses back to Japan. What now do we do by way of marketing to this group, and how do we ensure that once we've started bringing this group of travelers to Guam, that we meet their expectations? You and I both have a lot of gay friends, and you know that they spend money all day long until they feel like they're getting ripped off, or they come up with lousy service, or the treatments of their destination aren't up to par. How do we ensure that we don't kill this thing just as it's getting started?
Well, I think first of all, I think that the Visitors Bureau is already on top of this, and this is not. It's not just because all of a sudden it's getting a lot of play now. It doesn't mean that GVB hasn't been working on attracting this market for quite a long time. And I know that in working with the Pilar Liguana and the Lieutenant Governor, and they've been to certain tourism fairs, and there are certain events that are focused on this market. And so it's already happening. That's already happening. Now, the other question is, are they going to be happy with the level of service and the level of the experience? You know, that's something that we deal with every day from all markets. It's not just the same-sex marriage market that's going to be a little bit more particular. Everyone is being more and more particular as we compete in our little part of the world. And so I know that the Visitors Bureau is working on this. I know that the Hotel Association is working on this. And I think that the feeling I get is that the properties, the hotels of Guam, the wedding companies of Guam, they know what's needed, what they need to do to keep the quality of their businesses up. The better ones do it actively. The others not so actively, and maybe some not at all.
Put a rainbow flag up somewhere. It's easy. Just say, if you're gay, you're welcome here. Come and spend your gay dollars in our restaurant or in our bar or in our whatever.
Well, we like everybody's dollars. Gay dollars are good. Straight dollars are good. Yeah. All kinds of dollars are good. We love it all.
Yeah. And then put together a great experience for all customers, not just the gay customers or the straight customers or the whatever. It really isn't all that difficult to put together. We'll watch and see how this grows a little bit. I got a feeling that if we do this right, BJ Cruz and Lacia Casil and Josh Tenorio, that's all they'll do is just officiate and witness gay marriages.
Well, I'll tell you, it could be a full-time job. There certainly is no shortage. There's no shortage of potentially same-sex weddings taking place in Guam out of our region.
Yeah.
And so it's I think a great target segment, a great growth segment, and one that I know that GVB has been reaching out to, and I'm really pleased to see it getting a lot of press.
Hey, before I let you go, I had the opportunity a couple of weeks ago to because they had that beer fest over at Sheraton. Sheraton was all booked up because they had this Korean festival holiday that was going on, and so I checked out the Santa Fe, was able to get a room, and I want to say your team did an outstanding job with the reservations, front desk. Room was clean, and even had a chance to walk around outside a little bit. It was nice.
I thank you very much. It's a beautiful location. There's no sunset like the sunset at the Hotel Santa Fe.
Says everyone. And I might send up on the Facebook a picture that I took from the sunset over at the Santa Fe that I have yet to see done any prettier anywhere else. Bart, it's always fun talking with you.
Thank you, Ray. Anytime. My pleasure.
Expertise knows no bounds. And we talked about a couple of things there. Dengue on Guam. And then, of course, the same-sex civil union that took place yesterday that has got people talking about it all literally around the world. Just like I said, do a Google. Guam, same-sex marriage, Japan. And pretty soon this story is going to be coming up, and it has been covered or at least recovered because in a lot of cases they'll just take somebody's story from here on Guam and then do it somewhere else, or say Dateline Guam and then attribute it to PNC, PDN, Daily Post, us, KUM, or whatever. But I mean, the story is being carried, and people are talking about it, especially in Japan. So I think that's kind of interesting, as there are other interesting stories that we've got around here. But that one there certainly has people from out of town talking. Not so many people from out of town talking about this Mayor Blas case. There's another shoe that dropped yesterday, and I don't know to what degree it was expected. I know that there were a couple of people that said, hold on a second, don't hold your breath. There will be a resignation. And sure enough, before the day was over, Mr. Tulai from the Department of Corrections, who has not been served anything. As far as I know, there are no indictments against him. Nobody in the grand jury is talking about him specifically. But he was named by an FBI agent who was in the case as being one of the individuals that might be involved in what at least one journalist is referring to as local sex trafficking. You've got women that are otherwise compromised in their lives, been arrested for something, and listen, we're going to make the charges go all the way unless you want to come with me to the back room. And some of the women had to. Some of them complained about it, and some as long ago as a year have complained about it, but nothing was done. And now there are allegations floating around, no indictments again, but allegations that this guy might have been involved in that. He has resigned his position at the Department of Corrections.
Another one bites the dust, and another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, and the question is going to be, who's next? Who's next? Whose name is are we going to be reading about tomorrow? That's the question. Whose name is going to be floating around in the WhatsApps today? What's going to be on the Candid News a little bit later on today? And about the only thing I can tell you now is it ain't going to be me. I'm pretty sure as I think about everything, there might be a couple of weekends where it's a little blurry in the head. What'd you do last weekend? I don't know. But I'm pretty sure I wasn't involved in any kind of sex trafficking. I don't think I was involved in trying to have women give me sexual favors in exchange for not arresting them. I'm pretty sure that didn't happen. I'm pretty sure I'm not involved one way or the other in the ICE game that some people seem to be involved in. So there are lots and lots of stuff that is going around in this particular case, and it will be very, very interesting to see just how wide and deep it goes. Who else is involved? Who else is involved? Who else is playing around with the meth? And I think the thing that gets me, and it's a point. Yeah, I'm looking to see if I have the quote from yesterday, and I don't. One of the prosecuting attorneys for the Attorney General's office made a point. Laura made a point about almost wagging her finger at Blas, saying, "Look what you did. You had privilege here, and you've abused it. You've abused the people of Guam." Today, the quote in the Guam Daily Post, and it almost made me what's that? Chris says, "I'm not a choir boy, but you are far from being a criminal." That's a fact. Yeah, you don't know what I'm capable of. But it was the way this was written that I was feeling emotional here. Lanny Walker writes for the Guam Daily Post, Zonia residents in shock. Quote, "It hurts our whole village." That's not the quote that got me. This is the quote that got me. The guy says, "It's so bad, it's so embarrassing." Anthony said, he didn't give his last name because he's afraid of reprisals. "If the claims prove true, Blas is part of what is making the younger generation sick." Is full-blown acknowledgement, and maybe the first time anybody has come out and just said it. Our youth are sick. It's like we've lost another entire generation to crystal methamphetamine and ice, and you just wonder what's going to happen to these people. So many of them are going to die, unfortunately. Our younger generation is sick. What a great description of what is going on. We think about it in terms of crime. We think about it in terms of punishment and justice. But in this case, think of an entire generation of young people who are sick and cannot get the help they need. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. The radio station is KUSG 93.3, The Point. That's us. Be right back. Fox News next.
This was no quid pro quo. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump insisting he did nothing wrong on the phone call with the leader of Ukraine when he asked him to look into Vice President Joe Biden. The president tried to turn the tables.
But there was with Biden, and there was with these senators, and they threatened. They said, you do this, you do that, we're not going to give you votes. That's the real deal. So we have an honest group of people that have been maligned.
President referring to a report that several Democratic senators pushed the top prosecutor in Ukraine to not close 4 investigations seen as critical to then Special Counsel Robert Mueller's Russia investigation. Biden has denied any wrongdoing related to his son's dealings in Ukraine while he was vice president. The contents of the complaint now being reviewed by key lawmakers.
House Intelligence Committee Chairman Democrat Adam Schiff says the contents of that complaint require follow-up sessions with witnesses. The complaint is thought to focus at least partially on a July phone call between President Trump and Ukraine's president. The acting director of national intelligence will testify in a public hearing for the House committee tomorrow.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. Democratic Senator and 2020 presidential candidate Elizabeth Warren.
If Congress does not hold this man accountable, then he will break the law again and again and again. It is time for impeachment now.
Warren speaking at a forum in New Hampshire. A judge ruling prosecutors have enough evidence for a Colorado teenager to be tried for a school shooting in a Denver suburb that killed one of his classmates and injured 8 others. 19-year-old Devin Erickson could face over 40 criminal charges, including murder and attempted murder in connection with the May 7th attack on STEM School Highlands Ranch. America's listening to Fox News.
When you think about better water, think Connecticut softened water. Connecticut water conditioners work like no other, supplying a continuous flow of luxuriously soft water without disruption and without use of electricity. After all, better water flows from better thinking. Connecticut.
American Water Tech, a passion for improving lives through better water. Call American Water Tech at 649-2301 or email info@americanwatertech.com.
Coast 360 introduces our new youth banking program. Give your kids and teens a head start with Kids 360 and Teen 360, a program designed to help your child develop smart financial habits and learn about money. Introduce them to banking and get them on a path towards a thriving financial future. Plus, new youth members get a special lunch tote just in time for back to school while supplies last. Learn more at coast360fcu.com or visit your favorite member center. Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive. Terms and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Senate, for a second time, passing a measure blocking President Trump from using an emergency declaration for funding for the border wall.
Which he is using to steal money from our military in order to fund a border wall.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, nearly a dozen Republicans siding with Democrats. A similar resolution passed in March but was vetoed by the president. The White House says this measure will also be vetoed. The owner of a Michigan vape shop suing to stop the state's ban on flavored e-cigarettes. The operator of 906 Vapor in northern Michigan argues the new rules are illegal and will force him to close his store, saying at least 80% of his inventory is prohibited under the ban and his business can't survive without selling flavored vaping products. Michigan, New York, and Rhode Island have all banned flavored vaping products in response to an explosion in teen vaping. This as the leader of one of the most popular brands of e-cigarettes is stepping down.
Juul Labs, maker of the Juul e-cigarette or vape, says CEO Kevin Burns is stepping down from the company. His departure comes as government health regulators investigate e-cigarettes in general as possibly causing a rash of respiratory illness across the nation. Juul specifically has come under fire for possibly marketing their products towards children. Burns will be replaced by Casey Crosthwaite from Juul's parent company and who has experience in working with government regulators. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Jan Wenner announcing he will retire January 1st as chairman of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Foundation. The co-founder and publisher of Rolling Stone magazine is one of the co-founders of the Rock Hall and is credited with recruiting renowned architect I.M. Pei to create the museum in Cleveland. The 73-year-old Wenner will be replaced by Rock Hall board member John Sykes, the co-founder of MTV and VH1. Wenner will remain on the board of directors. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Hey, do you know what time the bank closes? I need to deposit my check.
You know you can do that from your phone.
I can?
With Bank of Guam's mobile app, it's easy. Just endorse the back and snap a pic to deposit it into your account. You can do this from anywhere, anytime, which means no rushing to catch the bank and no lines.
With Bank of Guam's mobile app and online banking, we're always open. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
It's the Ray Gibson Show on The Point, being brought to you by Nanbo Insurance. They've got a thing called the Bundle Up Plan, and you've got things at your place that you absolutely love, and if something happened, you'd probably like to get it replaced. Well, sign up with Nanbo and get them all together in the same package, and then they'll hit a button called Bundle, and then a whole new price will come out. You could save up to 50%. Their number is 477-9754. Portions of the program also brought to you by American President Line's global presence with a local home and Wendy's, where they have Bacon Fest. And apparently in Dallas, the spicy nuggets are back, which was enough for a piece that Blake Watson brought in the last hour. But the big deal they want me to talk about is all the bacon goodness that they have there. There's Applewood smoked bacon that they put now in a bacon jalapeno cheeseburger. Now, they could have given it a fancy name, could have come up with some kind of Wall Street, fancy schmancy kind of colorful, politically correct name, and they just said, now people are just going to say, I'd like a cheeseburger with bacon and jalapeno. So that's what they called it. Find it for lunch today at Wendy's.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
What happened? Where are we now? 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. How you doing there? Are we good? It's Thursday morning. I don't know if I've made a big deal about it being Thursday, have I? When you're sick and you're taking Dayquil all the time, the days just kind of run together in your head. If you don't write it down, if you don't put it in some kind of a note, you probably forget that it happened. Yesterday, I went to go and check on a couple of the transmitter sites, make sure that they are ready, if you will, for dengue fever, anything that catches water, just generally doing some cleaning. And then went home. That's it. Went home and sat there and watched Hulu. We get these Hulu spots that we're playing around here, and one of the things that I suppose every once in a while I ought to tell you is some of the shows that you can watch on Hulu. And yesterday it was the Unbelievably Irreverent. I made it through most of Season 1 and a couple of bits of Season 3. I like to jump around, and you can do that with Rick and Morty. And I suggest that if you have not gotten turned on to that yet, then maybe you ought to go in that direction. It's irreverent, it's politically incorrect, and you'll go. This is one of those shows I can only watch by myself, because I don't know if I laugh out loud at one of the parts, somebody will think that you are just a total degenerate. Or, as they say in another show that I like watching on Hulu, which is Letterkenny. Letterkenny is a story about basically Canadian rednecks, and it's funny, and it's maybe some of the cleverest, tightest writing I've ever seen. The characters are all absolutely lovable, and they use words like degen. Degen is a word. Degenerate. There's degens. And, they've got people there that are on ice and listen to techno music, but they kind of embrace those guys. It's just, it's hard to describe the show other than watch a couple of episodes of it. And I think the ones that are probably closer, people that are closer that have lived closer to Canada, and certainly rural Canada, will recognize some of the characters that they talk about in this show. Yeah, there's a lot of hockey and there's a lot of ice fishing in there as well, and degens and all of that stuff. So that's how I made it through the day.
Do they do any curling?
Yes, there's no curling in the show.
Bummer.
But it's interesting. They got to go from where they are to Quebec. And then you get into the whole differences between, the rural living out in one part of the country versus city living in Quebec where they speak French.
Exactly. I was going to say, you're talking about a difference between British Canada and French Canada,
Yes.
which they basically hate each other.
It is so strange. Anyway, 888-825-5888-TALK. Let me see who I've missed online. There's a bunch of people I was saying hello to a little bit earlier, and I think I stopped over at Carlos Barreto. Shayna Bentley is online. Director Hannah Cho is hanging out with me as well. Mary Parka is there. Glenn Busby. Andy Hendricks. Glenn Busby. Dr. Death is online. Renee Lau. Mers Greeno. I got Emma and Tanya Affligui Conception. Joy Charfras. Jeff Chris is hanging out on the Facebook Live this morning. Dennis Ben-Sur and Chris Chip making a point this morning. I'd read a story about... what was it? I'd read a story about in Germany, Frankfurt, Germany. In a surprise ruling, a court has come up, and there was somebody that was making a complaint about a company that was selling goods that they claimed would cure the symptoms of a hangover. And I said, no, that's impossible. And the court kind of ruled on the side of the company and was talking about, tying, if you will, the symptoms of a hangover to other illnesses. Now, it could be said, even though this is not the case, but the occasional little throb that I get in the head, runny nose, nausea, dizziness, that kind of thing that you might get with a cold are similar to what a hangover feels like. And so they're basically saying in this court that the illness, that hangovers can be classified as an illness. Never mind the fact that they are self-inflicted head wounds. It's still one of those things. And I'm saying, let's do what the Germans have done. And it's interesting. Chris Chip said, hangover is an illness? Well, if that's the case, I was ill for 20 years in the Navy. Dennis Ben-Sur saying about the same thing, echoing that sentiment. I see Franklin Gutierrez is there, Roger Martinez, and referring to Guam as the Mykonos of the Pacific. I'm assuming that is a reference to gay same-sex marriages, etc. Yeah, but Camacho is there. Scott Nelson, Marie Pangolin, and Lizama. Fakmata Senators ban scuba night spearfishing. What you on to there, Ted? Keenan McCausland says, is the McDonald's on Guam serving chicken McGriddle so mungy? Try it if you haven't tried it yet. The answer is I don't know. I'll get in a sec. My diet of fast foods, especially breakfasts here, kind of interesting, if you will. I don't generally. I mean, I'm not saying I don't go to fast foods. Anybody knows me, that's not the case. But I kind of try to spread it around. So I, had KFC Saturday before last, and maybe this week I might get a McDonald's in. Certainly a Wendy's at least a couple of times a month. But I don't know about it. I had not seen that. It's something that I will look forward to. 9:12 in the morning, and wow. Look at that. My neighbor's on the line. Senator Tello Taitagui. Hey, Senator.
Hi, Ray. Hoffaday. This is actually Will Castro. I have Tello here, though, and former Senator Tony Ada as well.
What are you guys doing in Washington? Who paid for the trip? Is it first class? Wait. I gotta knock this stuff out. Otherwise, everybody's gonna say that I'm giving you guys a pass. So between you Republicans, who paid for the trip?
Well, I don't know who paid for everybody else's trip. I think some used miles. I know I paid for my trip personally. So airfare, ground transportation, lodging, and food is all personal expense of my own. So I'm sure, depending on who you ask in the delegation, I'm not sure if anybody was sponsored, but that's how I paid for my trip. Miles and personal income.
Well, what are you guys doing in D.C.?
So, we are the chief reason why we're here in the nation's capital is to advocate for the passage of H.R. 1365. And we had the privilege of getting Senator Taitagui, Senator Muña, myself, the Republican Vice Chairman, former Senator Tony Ada, and the Republican National Committeeman, Juan Carlos Benitez, to come out and join us, Margaret Metcalf, as well as she's the National Committee woman, to have a united front in our advocacy for the passage of the War Claims Act. That's the primary purpose. But to maximize our investment in this trip, we've also scheduled several other meetings with heads of agencies, also not-for-profit organizations. And so our first day was with the Coastal States Organization. So Tello and I flew in first. We went straight to work right out of the plane from the airport into the city. and we met with Bradley Watson of the Coastal States Org to talk about strengthening regional partnerships and looking at ways to improve boater safety and help conserve our natural resources. That was day one, Ray. We had about 2 hours on day one on Monday.
Now fast forward to 1365. That is the measure that closes the loopholes left open for war claims survivors, especially those who've already had their paperwork adjudicated through the system and now just waiting for a check. I knew that the Senate was going to be on break. Are they back? And do you guys have an idea of when that vote's going to take place?
That's an excellent question. We actually have, and Tello will get on the line in a minute. We had the privilege to speak with my delegate, Kalili. I'll let her talk to that. And we have 2 other appointments scheduled for tomorrow, both with Delegate Nicholas, and then hopefully with either Senator Graham, Lindsey Graham himself, or a senior ranking member of his staff. But I'll let Senator speak to that. Tello, could you stand by, Ray?
Sure. The delegation, obviously, of folks from the 35th Guam legislature off island in Washington, D.C. Now, if they were just off island, I'd say that they were running away from the dengue flu. But since they're working in Washington, D.C., we'll give them a little bit of a break. Tello Taitagui, raised in the village of Barragata, specifically Barragata Heights, and there are parts of Barragata Heights that have had problems with mosquitoes for years. Maybe now, in the light of the dengue, we can get some of that taken care of.
Big time. You and I both know that, sitting outside in our yards and getting hit and hoping that the wind blows a little bit harder up there in windy Barragata Heights to blow those mosquitoes away. But as Senator Castro, and hello Guam, we're here in D.C. doing the best we can to represent the people of Guam and different capacities as far as advocating for everything from healthcare to, of course, our number one priority here is to lobby for the HR 1365, which we've been doing, and every agency that we meet, or even White House representatives, we do talk to them about assisting us in doing so and lobbying on their end. But we met with the first day, the second day in the morning, we met with the Congressman McKinley, and it was a good meeting with him. He kind of filled us in too on what's been going on the congressional side, and he has a wealth of knowledge. He's been a congressman for over 10 years.
Oh, everybody likes Kalili. Saipan gets better stuff out of Kalili than we've been getting, and so he's one of those guys. I don't know what his magic is, what kind of juju and witch doctoring he's doing in D.C., but he generally gets what he needs for the CNMI. Was he able to talk to you guys about the extension of Medicaid funding, and then in the intervening time, if we can get that extension, a full-blown change in the way Guam is treated with regard to Medicaid and the elimination of the matching dollars? Were you able to talk to him about that?
Not so much. We talked mostly about the process of HR 1365 and moving forward on that. Of course, Senator Will Castro working with the Marianas Working Group on collaborative efforts between our two islands and working together on a coastal perspective, economic growth. But most of it was a short time. We were so happy that he was able to meet with us on this, and he gave us a wealth of knowledge, and he had a personal opinion about Bill 181 and also with respect to the movement on HR 1365. Okay. However, right after that meeting, we met with the Deputy Secretary of Veterans Affairs, which was quite interesting on that. And I'm going to turn it over to former Senator Tony Atta, a vet himself, and to speak on the matter. Here's Tony.
Primo, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. What you doing? They let you out of the funeral home?
Yeah, I had to come out here and do some advocacy for our people back home.
Right on. Well, I mean, you've got a history there. It's many of the things that we're talking about this morning are items that came up while you were senator in the 34th Guam legislature. Or was it the 33rd? I can't remember. It's also good to have a little bit of adult supervision around. So, tell me about your role in this group.
Well, we had a very good meeting with the Veterans Affairs with Deputy Secretary Byrne and also Assistant Secretary Hutton. And, we spoke about the issues on the Veterans Affairs and, how we can work together and to ensure that the electronic health records and things like that are being brought to fruition. And not only that, but also, that Guam is included in these things,
Yeah.
And also working on inefficiencies and to make them better, for our local veterans.
And there's many of them obviously that no shame in complaining if they've earned all of the benefits that they should be getting here on Guam, and as part of the process, we want to make sure that they continue to get those and similar access to care as they would get if they lived in Hawaii or California.
Exactly, and that's what we expressed to the Deputy Secretary and the Assistant Secretary, is that we want to make sure that what benefits are available to the veterans here in the United States also applies to the veterans back home. We also brought up the issue of the CBOC and also the issue of a veterans hospital. We said it may be far-reaching, but you know what? It's not going to hurt to ask. And these are the things that are important to our veterans back home because, Ray, you've spoken to a lot of veterans. You've been with veterans, and these are the things that are important to them. They want to make sure that they're part of what's important to them, and that's their health care.
There's a group of Chamorros in the States. They came out to Guam for the Liberation festivities. We spent some time with them on the air, and they want to do the same thing. There's a group, and the difference is the difference is in the advocacy is they are Chamorros that live in the states and have voting members of the House and the Senate, and so they want to be able to apply some pressure. If you don't know who these guys are, let me know. I'll be happy to share some of that with you. So now I want to underscore this because I think there's a limited amount of time, and it would be great if there was bipartisan movement in both directions. I know that the governor, Mike Nicholas, and others in Washington, D.C. are pushing for the extension of Medicaid funding here on Guam at the 100% level. That's going to go away in just a few days. So get with Mike Nicholas and find out if there's any Republican doors that we need to knock on to make sure that we get this extension. It really is a big deal. And then further that if we...
It definitely is a big deal.
Yeah, if we are exempted from that over the short term, then we've got to find a way to make it so that the Guam and probably the other territories, and this is a deal that you got to work with Kalili on to make sure that we are all treated like states when it comes to Medicare funding, so Medicaid funding, so make sure that that all gets done. I've just gotten from a flash from somebody that claims to have some inside knowledge on this. Will said that he's coming here on mileage and out of his own pocket. I'm told that there are other senators in this delegation that will be asking for reimbursement from the legislature on this trip. How were you funded to get out there?
I paid with my own dime.
Okay.
I did no government funding whatsoever on my part. Mine is all private fund from my own pocket. And, I do it because I'm a veteran. I do it because I care for our people. And I do it because I care for our island.
Appreciate that, former senator.
I'm not going to wait. Yeah, I'm not going to wait for the government to fund me to come out here. I'm going to do it so that we can get these things moving forward, And I tell you, working with the Trump administration, it's excellent. And, it's Republicans working with Republicans, And it's right because we got the White House and, we want to continue to move these things forward. If there's any way that we can do it, we're going to do it.
Have you figured out a way to knock on the doors of the White House and maybe see President Trump?
You know what? We're working on that, and hopefully we'll be able to get to see the president.
Gotcha. And a couple of notes here. Big Sister Shelley saying, hi, Primo Tony. And then Big Sister Shelley also asking the question, where's Mary Torres and Jimmy Moylan?
Jim Moylan had a previous engagement that he couldn't make it out, and Mary, she couldn't come out this way either. And, I invited, and I did extend the invitation to, on our leadership chat, and, inviting her to our meetings, but she wasn't able to respond to them.
That's too bad, because I'm going to try to make her run for the next governor.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I'm going to be her lieutenant governor. I swear, it's true.
Yeah, these are things that we need to continue to work on, Ray, and these are the things that we're going to continue to work on.
All right, 9:24. Is there anybody else you want to hand the phone off to, or did we get?
Let me give you back to Tello, and they can close.
Right on. Right on.
Okay, so Ray, I'm going to pass you over to Will. We're standing here. It's evening time here in Washington, D.C., but one thing that Tony mentioned that I'd like to, reiterate the fact that we're able to get these meetings. It's been overwhelming on our calls, wanting to see us and wanting to talk to us. And they're very happy. And Juan Carlos has mentioned that this is the first time a Republican caucus has come to D.C. together to speak on issues on Guam. So I'm going to pass you off to Will now.
All right, gotcha. And
Go ahead, Ray.
No, I was going to say, while I got you on the line, there's some great entertainment to be had at clubs called Archibald's, the Camelot Show Bar, and the Cloak Room. So if you guys get bored, you might want to, I don't know, maybe they're chicken wing places. I don't know what the heck they are, but they might Archibald's, Camelot Show Bar, and the Cloak Room.
Thank you, Ray. So my task is to wrap this up for day one. Again, just to summarize for your listenership, we took the opportunity to meet with a not-for-profit organization to talk about maritime affairs and natural resources. We met with Veterans Affairs, as Senator Tony Abbott had mentioned, and we also met with a member of the House. Tomorrow we'll meet with members of the Senate and the House. But, there's something we accomplished today on day two, and we're going to reserve that. We'll call you back tomorrow. Senator Teller wants us to hold that call for you about our visit with the White House, Health and Human Services, and some other things we want to share with the people of Guam. So in closing, the Republican delegation's on a mission to do things to advance H.R. 1365, which is the War Claims Act, and to address other pending priorities of the territory.
All right, well, hurry back because you guys going back into session on Monday.
Thank you. I'll be there on time.
All right, looking forward to it. 9:26 in the morning, a Republican delegation of senators and at least one former senator in Washington, D.C., chasing down a couple of interesting issues. What do we got here? Chris says, I give up, and a couple of other people are going blah, blah, blah. I don't That was kind of out of the blue. I didn't even know they were gone. Did you? Anybody? Did you get the press release and say, we're going to, the guys are off to Washington, D.C.? Please don't look up the Cloak Room or the Camelot Show Bar or Archibald's. Please don't Google any of those places. That's just me starting trouble.
Sorry, I already did.
Oh, you did? Okay. Whoops.
Making my reservations.
Whoops, there we go. No, they probably sell chicken wings in places like that.
I'm sure.
I've always found that's the case. You can always get in places like that the best chicken wings, T-bone steaks, and other in those particular places. 888-825-5888-TALK. All right, on the table of contest, can I just a couple of things, because these guys, what was I talking about before they called? Do you remember? No. Wasn't that long ago.
Well, you assume that I actually listened to you.
There's that, right? Listening out for the words. We'll be right back. I need to take a quick break. Okay, no, I don't need to take a break. I will in a second. I can't remember what I was talking about either. I'm sure it had something. I remember what I was talking about before the newscast, before we got into the Fox News, and it's this revelation. Guy named Anthony out in South in Zotnya. Who's going to enforce the Zotnya rules? There's no mayor down there now. So they sent, I don't know if she went back again today, but they sent Mayor Melissa Savars down there. Part of what is making the younger generation sick. And I think this is the way we all kind of have to look at this here, is the grown-ups in this town, and maybe a generation in front of these guys. I already feel like I'm 2 generations ahead, but, somebody's got to look out for these guys. The feds went down hard on the mayor. I don't think he meant to say it that way. So we lost our mayor. Zotnya is in bad shape right now, said one longtime resident named Anthony. He declined to give his last name for fear his speaking out could jeopardize his safety and his family. Right? I hate that. I hate that. People are afraid to talk because they're worried that there might be reprisals from among this narcotics operation that the feds have gotten their attention on. It's so bad. It's so embarrassing. If the claims prove true, Blas is part of what's making the younger generation sick. So this guy's looking at the generation that's coming up behind him. going, these people are sick, and it's almost from the perspective of somebody who feels really, really bad about it and can't do anything about it. It's kind of the same way I feel. I mean, we rage against the machine around here because, we think that justice is being withheld from the community. It is. I guarantee it is. And we think that all of these people that used to have a gun and a badge, used to strap it on every day, took an oath, are going to be there and protect us, even after they've taken the badge and the gun off. But no, and then you come to find out that there's allegations that not only are they not protecting us from it, they're furthering it in the community. Sticky fingers and all of the money and all of that stuff. And it's making the younger generation sick. We're going to lose another generation to ICE. And we've been losing them since the 90s. Since the 90s. I remember it was a long time ago in the 90s because I remember when Tony Sanchez reached out to me. I was still working, where was I? Hit Radio? Yeah. And he reached out to me and he says, you got a little bit of influence among the younger people. Maybe you can sit down with a committee. And we got together, I don't know, dozen times over at the governor's office. It was one of Auntie Jerry's committees, and talked about different things that we might be able to do to reach into the youth. At the time, it was the youth community that were involved, not just in crystal methamphetamine, but they were also involved in a lot of very, very dangerous. And these, they weren't screwing around. It was rap music, and it was the red and the blue. It was the Bloods and the Crips that were starting to bubble up on Guam. Everybody was really kind of concerned about this generation. And unfortunately, I think we lost that generation. I think we did. You might be from around there, and you might remember some of these guys. And if you were smart enough to stay away from the gangs and the drugs, then good for you. And so we organized a couple of get-togethers, and I think we did our level best at the time with what we knew and what we had access to. But here it is, 2019, and a whole generation of people that watched their uncles and their brothers and sisters get sick and consume themselves with ice. And they don't know any better, so they are getting sick and consuming themselves with ice as well. And there's little kids now that are watching their parents and their grandparents that are going to be going through this. How do we break the cycle? And the answer is, I don't know. And we apparently can't do it with the bunch of leaders that we've got now. Case in point. Renee Perez. It's in the newspaper today. Renee's been in trouble with the law. Married to a cop that was also in trouble with the law. And it came time for sentencing, and as usual, all kinds of people come out of the woodworks, and, she's done a great job with the recovery, she's done this, she's done that, and she really, putting her in jail would be a step backwards. And I think she said sorry, and actually, wait a second, no, maybe not. There's something that felt flimsy about the statement that she made in the court. But it is what it is, and of course, she's in Sokola's courtroom. Well, yeah, I know. Roll eyes, right? There was never anything that was even going to look remotely like punishment from day one. And so Sokola gives her the obligatory slap on the wrist and the go forth and sin no more. And I hope Renee does it right. I hope she takes advantage of the come to Jesus opportunity that she has and does it right. But with so many of these other cases that are floating around, that basically it's the same thing. You get somebody that gets arrested by the policeman, and the policeman takes him to court, and the people over at the court are susceptible to the crocodile tears and the I'm sorry, or the jail sucks, or I got a letter from so and so at the governor's office and so at the legislature. Please let me go home.
Does the judiciary take requests? Because if I ever get in trouble, I'm going to request Judge Sokola.
Look, and if she's not available, there's another half dozen other people there that will look. It seems to be happy to look the other way in all of this. Now's a good time to take a break. I'll be right back. Don't move. iConnect time is 9:33. Swing by an iConnect and ask them how they can help you spend your tax refund money. We know you got it. And if you'd like to stretch it a little further, how about instead of a 12-month plan, a 13-month plan? Because that's what it's going to feel like. You buy a year, we'll give you a month for free, and even a free phone. Terms and conditions apply. 888-8888.
Chili's Grill and Bar is now open at the second floor of the Two Sands Plaza.
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Come and see what the buzz is all about. Grab your friends and savor their sizzling fajitas, big mouth burgers, and fall off the bone smoked ribs while sipping on their world-famous Presidente margaritas. Treat yourself to an elevated experience at Chili's and feel why they're like no place else. Now open on the second floor of Tumon Sands Plaza. Together, we Chili's.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
I'm waiting for blue check marks on something, and I'm not getting it, and it's making me nuts. Don't you hate that? When you send out a message, and it's like, oh, this is going to be good. I'll hardly wait for the response, and you're just like, there's still no response.
Sometimes you don't get the blue check marks. I know there's a couple of WhatsApps. There's a setting you can do in there.
Yeah, but the problem is with the setting is I need to make it specific to a person, right? I need to be able to go, I don't want this person to know when I've received their message.
Wow.
So that's the problem with that particular WhatsApp setting. Unless they've changed it recently, you can make it so that your read reply in the form of the blue check mark doesn't get sent.
Yeah.
So as far as the person that sent it to you is concerned, you still haven't seen their message.
Yeah,
right?
It just shows double check marks.
Double check marks. The double check marks, which means that it has been sent, not necessarily received or read. But the problem is that applies to every message that you receive. So the important guys that you really want to know, hey, I've gotten it. Give me a couple of minutes and I'll get back to you. They'll never know. They'll never know. And it's just something that I think you're just going to have to learn to live with it. My daughter does that. And so it makes me crazy as the dad. So when I absolutely positively, most of the time it doesn't matter to me, but when I absolutely need to know whether she's seen something or not, I don't send it to her in WhatsApp.
Oh, okay.
Instagram.
Oh, all right.
Number one, she spends more time on Instagram. And number two, as far as I know, Instagram doesn't have that handy feature. Yeah. It doesn't have the, I read it, but I'm not going to get back. I'll get back to you on my own time, on my own sweet time. Anyway, so 888-825-5888-TALK. That's why there's another story, and I'm sitting there being all hopeful about this. The cops found a couple of guys up in Dededo. Must be brothers, right? Found a couple of guys up there in Dededo and had thousands and thousands of dollars worth of crystal methamphetamine. I'm going, yeah, go get them, cops. But they're bad guys with intent to deliver. They're dealers. Let's go get these guys. Come on, cops, go. And then I thought about it. Of course, it's going to go into the judicial system. And somebody is going to either botch the case or immediately offer them a plea deal of one kind or another so that we can get to a guilty on something and then we can have our victory dance, right? And I just don't seem to have any confidence anymore that anything is gonna happen, no matter what. And even the case here with Blas and eventually Terlai, I guess. Who knows what's going to happen with that case? The only hope I think that people have is that it is being handled by the federal authorities, that the FBI is actually involved in this case. The federales are running around showing guns and badges, and they're the ones that are effecting the arrest. They're the ones that are building the case. And you just kind of presume, right, that if it's the FBI that's working on this case, that they would not have made an arrest unless they knew for sure that they were going to make this thing go all the way through district court.
Yeah, you know, it's really serious when on the perp walk, the guys that got him in the arm lock, they're wearing those jackets that say, you know, U.S. Marshal, FBI. And you're like, oh.
Yeah. So just, it's like that. Maybe, waiting on other shoes to drop. It's going to be 9:38 in the morning, 9:39 in the morning, and maybe by, I don't know, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock this afternoon, there might be more arrests. Who knows? It could be these guys putting their jackets on. Going to be banging on your door. Yeah. Mayor's Council? Huh? Go bang on the door over at the mayor's council. Hey, we'll be right back with your computers. Everybody, hands away from the keyboards. Everybody, hands up. Your test is over. We're coming to get computers. Where else will they go? That's the tricky question. And I don't know. Normally, I don't like to wait. Normally, I'm one of those guys that I want to see the action now. But in this case, I'm willing to wait out and kind of watch this story, because otherwise the only other thing I got to do was binge watch Rick and Morty and Letterkenny on the Hulus. In 20 minutes, where are we going to be? At 10 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, U.S. Postal Inspection is in there as well. Yeah, thanks very much for reminding me. I did send a note off yesterday, and I didn't have a chance to read it. But I did send a note yesterday to a friend of mine who works over at the post office, actually kind of a big shot over at the post office, about these cluster boxes, wondering if there was any kind of surveillance that the post office was doing on them. And because the cluster boxes, I'll read you the thing and I'll tell you what I inferred from it. She says, I cannot comment on inspection service work, but the boxes should have been only issued to the residents that reside in the address. They're not like P.O. boxes where we can issue to people as needed with a P.O. box application, and CBU usage is free. If anybody is being charged to use it, they need to report it. So you got that there, but the deal that we're talking about here is that post office boxes all over the island. I mean, whether you live in Tamuning or not, you can go to Tamuning Post Office and arrange to rent a post office box. They'll charge you for it. But if you live in a village and we don't have service to your village, that's what the cluster boxes are for. And right now, that's apparently being managed by the mayors. Frankly, I'm wondering when the post office is going to, take that privilege back, seeing as how the mayors, and in this case, breaking the rules again, maybe this is why the post office is involved, right, is because they're supposed to be free. I live in the village. I don't get service. Can I get a cluster box key? And the mayor says, okay. That should have been the extent of it. That should have been the extent of it. But in this case, it was, hey, I want some place to have the drugs sent to, so can I get a cluster box? And the mayor said, yes, you can, for $1 million. Yeah. So, yeah, that's not going to be sitting right with them. So the use of postal facilities, one way or the other, is going to add to the level of pinch on this particular case. 19 away from the top of the hour. Hoffa, John.
Hey, Hoffa.
What you doing?
Nothing much, man. Just listening to your show there, and it just dumbfounds me. This guy was a marshal, a police officer. We have another police officer that is indicted in federal court for tampering with the case. And these guys are retired, man. I wonder what they were doing when they were officers. Just imagine.
Oh, yeah.
What they were doing.
That's a good question. Is it possible that this is not new activity for them?
No, it's not at all. And it's a culture in the law enforcement here in Guam. I hope the federal government comes in here and looks into all the internal investigations and all that. It was a joke last night when I was watching Manito asking for the federal government to help them investigate this because one of the officers is involved. It's a joke. They cannot investigate themselves. And I see that as, they want a heads up on what's going on here because they're blind right now and they're all running scared.
Well, the thing that scared me was, and this came up in the last few days, is there an application was sent out to see if there were other resources that Guam could get because of our drug problem. And I don't know, when did we get that press release from the governor's office that we were denied?
A couple of days ago.
Yeah, you know which one I'm talking about, right? We would have been designated as a hard-hit area?
Drug trafficking area, yes.
And I'm trying to figure, how did we botch that application?
We botched it because we don't really want that thing here. They don't want to really crack down. Ray, it's going to be hard to solve this meth problem with, you're seeing what's going on here with the law enforcement and high officials here that are involved in this trafficking. And that's why Guam is like this, is because the people that are involved, and then we got law enforcement elements involved too. And it's going to be hard to solve if the people are, the wolf is in the hen house guarding it, How are we going to solve it when people like this are involved?
That's a good question, my friend.
You know, and I find it was, I kept laughing last night when I saw Manny Chong trying to reach out to the FBI over KUAM. We want to help with the investigation. Hey, stand back and let the real people do it, and let the legitimate people investigate this, because as far as I'm concerned, the law enforcement here in Guam is illegitimate, and it's questionable all around. Customs, you remember back, Ray, even just last week and last year, all these law enforcement people being involved in all kinds of stuff, rape, prostitution, all kinds of things. This thing got to stop, man, and you know, it's a whole culture here in Guam with this law enforcement, and it affects every part of the law enforcement, Port Authority, Customs, DOC, everywhere. It's infiltrated. It's a cancer. It needs to be removed.
I hear that. I'm wondering. You're taking kind of words out of my mouth. I'm not sure how to respond to that, because normally the people that we would be looking at to deal with these situations and this injustice, you're right. I can't think of any internal affairs at the Guam Police Department that ever came back where we got to find out what was going on, who actually was guilty of something. You know, the last time it seems to me that we went through something like this was in 1976, when a bunch of high-ranking police officers were finally pulled down at the end of a legislative investigation.
Hey, Ray, you know what, Ray? It's a joke. And you know what? The federal government has been complicit in a way with this. I don't know who in the district court is protecting that law enforcement, but a lot of these cases with the law enforcement should have been indicted and charged in federal court. And I don't know why they're charging it in a local court. Because when these people are doing these kinds of stuff, even the guards, that's a federal crime. And I don't know why the federal government gave up their right to prosecute those people.
I don't know either. Ken LG, I think, has got it right, where we need to put together, never mind an attorney general, we've got to get an elected prosecutor in place and hire.
This is my take on this, Ray.
This
is my take on this.
Yeah.
This is my take on this. All law enforcement that are getting are under scrutiny or get charged or have allegations on them, that I don't think that the government should not be investigating it. They should not be prosecuting it. And I think the federal government should take the lead and start investigating these crimes, and the local law enforcement should be kept out of it, because there's a lot of conflict of interest when these people are doing it, even down to the court, because these guys are all hand in hand, they're all related, and they all got some connection one way or the other.
Right. Watch what's going to happen when they start putting the finger on those marshals that are being implicated now in this sex trafficking of these poor girls. And probably their greatest crime was that they smoked ice and they got pulled over. And all of a sudden, the marshals, it sounds like there are officers of the law that are taking advantage of that and sneaking the girls into a back office to have their way with them in exchange for not prosecuting the case. I'm sorry. That's a crime. Somebody needs to go to jail. I want to find out who's involved in all of that and find out who knew about it but never did anything about it. I think that's another great big crime that we're going to have to get to. I hope, as my friend and cousin Troy Torres says, the day of reckoning is on these guys for screwing the people of Guam all these years. John, I got to run. I'm going to bring in Jack, all right?
You know what, Ray?
Huh?
You know why Guam is like this, and a lot of people get away with stuff, and we're seeing it in the court.
Yeah.
Is because of the police. Now, if you clean out this police department, you're gonna see a lot of cases go through in regards to corruption and wrongdoing here in this government. And it has to start with the police department and the law enforcement here in Guam. You cannot clean up Guam without cleaning up the law enforcement.
Amen. Amen. I'm going to say I'm going to hate to see that process go through, because like the villagers of Zotnia, I've got a lot of faith in men and women that wear a badge and strap on a gun every day to try to protect the community. If they're just in it for the money, if they're just in it for the nookie, then they got to go. But in the meantime, in the meantime, and in deference to my father who wore a badge and strapped on a gun every day, I'm going to say I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise. I'm going to run. I'll talk to you later, Migo.
I think we give them a lot of benefit of the doubt. It's time to act now.
I hear you.
That phase has already been over a long time ago. It's done, and then we should have this is that part a long time ago. It's time to move forward and start prosecuting people and bringing these so-called untouchables to justice.
I'll go when you go. We'll go together. How's that? Okay, John.
That sounds good.
All right, amigo. I'll talk to you later. 9:49 in the morning. 888-825-5888-TALK. Jack, on the subject of cluster boxes. Sorry, I didn't see that until I got him. Jack, are you there?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm here.
What do you know about cluster boxes being used as dead drops for all of our criminals and meth dealers?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not privy to that kind of cuisine, but I just called in because just to backtrack, just don't forget that Limp Bizkit was in it for the Nookie, and look what happened to them. So I called in because I heard you. I read the article about the cluster boxes, and I had a question because you said you had connections to the post office.
Yeah.
I moved in years ago here, League Terrace, Country of. And so I just wanted to ask because, they have cluster boxes here. I tried to get one of those cluster boxes because I reside in the village, and I found out that, it's not at the post office. It's at the mayor's office, and the mayor doesn't have control. It seems that all the keys were issued out back whenever they put those boxes. Now, a lot of those boxes may be empty. The mayor says that she doesn't have the counting of the keys. And, I'm just trying to figure out, because those cluster boxes also relates to the house number, in some cases, or I think maybe in all cases, like if you reside somewhere in League Terrace and your house number is there, you're assigned a cluster box over the cluster place, I guess. And so I was kind of like confused. I mean, you mean somebody has my street address, my home address, and has a cluster box, and then for me to get postal delivery, I have to make a cluster box. I mean, a box for myself at my house, and then isn't that two address with the same address, the same house numbers? I said I'm not going to go through that, so I just stuck with my post office box. And I think they really need to do something about these cluster boxes. I can't believe.
Well, I personally, I consider the cluster boxes a blight on the community as much as I consider chain link fences up and down Marine Corps Drive a blight in the community. I think they're ugly. I know that they've tried whatever it is to make them look, like they kind of mix in with the rural environment that we have around here. But they don't, and they're very ugly, and we've got to do whatever it takes to be able to ensure in the 21st century home delivery for people.
Yeah, so, I lived in a community where there were cluster boxes, and they were real organized. There was no graffiti on them, and you got to meet your neighbors. I understand here it's a different story because the cluster boxes are – well, I saw the one in Jonia. That was at the Jonia's mayor office. But the ones here, they're like all over the places, scattered in different locations. And they're usually when it becomes dark, it's just, they're just a trouble place for kids to come in and graffiti or make look, break into and stuff like that. But I was just kind of worried because I tried when I moved in here to get one of those because, it's secured and stuff like that. And it was just, the post office referred me to the mayor's office. The mayor's office said, no, we don't know who signed those. The keys are missing. We have no idea. I said, oh, great. And my problem is because my house is here. I have a house number. I have a residence, but somebody else has a cluster box over there with the same number,
right,
and same house number, and so that's my concern. So
well, that's no, as I understand it, Jack, that's one of your concerns because the other one is that nobody at the mayor's office even has the keys to these things anymore.
Exactly. They've all been given out years ago, and no accountability has been made for them. So I have no idea. I don't understand why they don't charge fees for those boxes.
Because they're not rentals. They're kind of post office-y.
Yeah,
it's the same reason if you don't get charged for having your own box in front of your house. You're not charging for that. The mayor's not charging. The post office isn't charging for that. That's all part of the postal service. So that it's not like a rental. If you want to rent, then you got to go to the next big post office over.
Yeah, I understand that part. I understand because at the residence in the States it's the same way. But usually when you get acquire the house, they give you also the key to the cluster box.
Right. And so I lived in an apartment in Mangilao, and there was a cluster box outside, just outside the apartment, and that was given to me by the realtor along with the front key and the back key, and that's how you're going to get into the cluster box. But I didn't.
Exactly.
As far as I knew, that was just it was a storage space for bills for the prior tenants of the apartment that I was in.
Yeah, so that's my concern, because I just dropped the whole thing because it was just a hassle. So I just kept my same P.O. box that I had since I was a kid. It was my mom's and my dad's, and then it's mine, and so.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Thing. Yeah. So, anyways, I just wanted to hope that the mayors would answer something about that, because out here there are a lot of empty cluster boxes. You could see when the mailman comes in, and then you see a lot of people that don't even reside here.
Yeah, showing up to check the mail in the cluster box. Yeah. I'm with you. 9:54. Maybe we'll work on cleaning that. As soon as we get rid of this ice epidemic that we have here. Wait a second. It's not an epidemic. It's not an outbreak. Nick Perlosky here says, to paraphrase the governor, we don't have an ice epidemic. We have cases.
Well, it would be an epidemic if a mosquito carried it.
I'll talk to you later, Jack. 9:55. Be right back.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
Everybody's heard about the bird. Bird, bird, bird.
Circle K has a 3-pound rotisserie chicken, now available for the introductory price of $9.99. It's the biggest, tastiest, and most affordable rotisserie chicken of its kind on island. Save even more by getting a family meal with 2 sides and a bottle of wine for only $25.99. The Circle K rotisserie chicken. Get yours today. Circle K. Take it easy.
Proline Automotive has everything to customize your whip. From custom wheels to Nankang tires or just hubcaps, they have it. Feel better that it's protected with a dash cover, car cover, seat covers, or floor mats. Visit Proline Automotive, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Are you ready for some football?
The Ray Gibson Show has got your NFL fix every Friday on
Sports with Blake.
Get the latest updates as Blake and Mike break down the upcoming action. Get your game on with the boys on the hotline, 888-TALK, or sound off on Facebook Live at thepoint.gu. League members get a chance to win some awesome prizes that get you through the NFL season. The NFL Picks on the Ray Gibson Show is brought to you by Current Guam, with special thanks to GTA.
Yes! I like that big commercials. Are you ready for some football? I'll tell you, but I gotta go poo first. Got that constipated voice happening right now. I love being in the radio game. 9:57 and change in the Ray Gibson Show. I got this from my friend Marissa, who I promised I'd turn this into a radio commercials for. Take Care Wellness presents the... See, I should do it in the same constipated voice, right? Take Care Wellness presents the 7th annual Save the Susu Dance Fest Fitness Breast Cancer Fundraiser. October 19th from 6 until 8 at the Tejan High School. Tickets $10 in advance, $15 the day of the event, and $5 for kids ages 6 to 12 brought at the door the day of the event. Tickets are available at Take Care Wellness, Guam Cancer Care, through Marissa Collins. Grand prize for the raffle is a round-trip ticket to Asia or Micronesia from United Airlines. All proceeds benefit Guam Cancer Care. You know what, Riss? You did a pretty good job on that. I'm going to clean that up a little bit, and we'll make a radio commercial that you will hear all the time. Where am I supposed to be ending up here today? I finally got the check marks. I got the check marks. She must have been listening going, I guess he sent me something. And so there's that. And I also got a piece of good news, and I'll riff on this a little bit more tomorrow. But those of you who were with the Ray Gibson program this time yesterday heard me absolutely railing against, I don't even know who I was railing against. It just this unknown, big, massive government of Guam stupidity, where they were taking the old police precinct in Agana, erecting poles so that they could attach chain link fence and barbed wire and concertina nonsense to it.
The operative phrase was DOC by the Bay.
What kind of idiocy is that? Just going to ugly up a Ganya, at a time when we really need to be thinking about polishing every angle in our hospitality industry. We were going to build DOC Light right there in the downtown Ganya area. Stupid. And I got word this morning that the polls are coming down. That the polls, whatever the fence thing that they were going to put up, they are apparently not going to put up now. Thank God. I'm not going to take any credit for it. I'm hoping that somebody of some kind of power or authority or influence in this town, greater than mine, passed by and called the governor's office and said, Lou, that's stupid. Take it down. That's what I got in my head. Can we just less stupid around here? Can we just, somebody needs to be, there needs to be a guy at the governor's office. Everything that comes through, anything that happens in the government of Guam, this guy's going to look at it and just go, oh, that's stupid. We're not doing that. Yeah, but it's so-and-so's pet product. Yeah, well, so-and-so is stupid. He's been stupid since middle school. We're not doing it. Yeah, just because the guy was in youth Congress doesn't mean he's got any brains. No more stupid. And I'll do it for you. Until we appoint somebody, I'll do it for you. Every morning, 6 until 10, right here on the Raymond Gibson Show. 93.3 is KUSG Aganya. This is The Point.
3 HD3.
He insists he did nothing wrong. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump pushing back on Democrats who announced yesterday they have launched an impeachment inquiry over his phone call with the leader of Ukraine, where he asked him to look into former Vice President Joe Biden. The president explains why he hesitated at first to release the transcript of the call.
We spoke to Ukraine about it. Mike actually called up his counterpart, and we spoke to Ukraine about it because it could have been, if they didn't want us to do it, we would not have done it. But he actually said that was a very innocent call. You can release it all you want.
On the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, the Ukrainian president said he did not feel pressure to cooperate with President Trump. The phone call triggering a complaint by a whistleblower, the notes of which are now in the hands of key lawmakers.
I think it's a travesty that this complaint was withheld as long as it was, because it was an urgent matter. It is an urgent matter. And there was simply no basis to keep this from the committee.
House Intelligence Committee Chair Adam Schiff, earlier today, he said the phone call between the president and the Ukrainian leader amounted to a shakedown. South Carolina Republican Senator Republican Lindsey Graham chairs the Senate Judiciary Committee.
It troubles me that Joe Biden, the Vice President of the United States, threatened to cut off aid to the Ukraine without disclosing a conflict. There was a letter sent by Democratic senators in May 2018 threatening the Ukraine to